Доброго ранку.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Greetings to all you all. And we start the third day of our conference, and today we have planned six sections, which contain 31 presentations. And I would like to remind you, to those who have just arrived, we have the schedule, which is special. That is that we listen to the presentation, which lasts for 10-12 minutes, and then the questions will be asked in the chat or at the discussion panel, which takes place at the end of the working day. And we start working now, and I would like to remind you that we had since the first day we postponed the presentation 2012-13 development of electric vehicles in Ukraine. Maryna Kytina, the chief advisor from Ukraine West institution. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. So welcome, Maryna. Please, your presentation. Good morning, dear colleagues, and thank you for your invitation to invite me. And really, I think that we need to speak about the trends in Ukraine, about the automobile sector. And after this presentation, I think you will understand that this is the new era of automobility, which move with electric motors, and it has started already. And I'll try to be in the 10 minutes, and this is the new my position. Majority of you know me as a person from Ministry of Infrastructure, and I would say that my experience, which I had there for 4 years, I can use it here to continue to develop the automobile trend in Ukraine. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, next slide. So it is minimalistic, but you see a lot of important and useful information, because this is the end of 2023, and here the first decade of development of automobility in Ukraine is ending, because the first electric cars, they started 10 years ago, and it was the series of the bestseller on the Ukrainian market, the Nissan Leaf, and then when it was presented to the world, it appeared in Ukraine. And as you see on the screen, you see in 2013 we registered only 14 cars, and the total fleet was only 20 pieces, and 10 years later, you see that we have not reached a bit 80,000 electric cars, but these are the electric cars with electric batteries. I didn't put hybrid cars here. So in 11 months of this year, we registered a new 33,000 cars, and this is the booming time. And when we were on the peak in 2017, when Ukraine was on the 5th place in development of European cars, now we are behind Europe because they just gained the lagging behind. They understood they needed to develop this trend, but I think that we have very big indicators to catch them, or even to walk hand in hand with them. And please, I showed you the example of Poland, because as of today they registered about 2 times less electric cars because 90,000 is the number of with hybrid as well, but they have only 44,000. So our company ran a forum in Warsaw, and for me it was so unexpected. The people who were responsible for electric cars in Poland, and when they saw our presentation, we presented a huge EV outlook. As they said, how is it possible that in Ukraine is it so developing so fast, this trend? We are in Europe, we have privileges, and you just doubled us so much, and so it was very present, and we hope that we will continue this trend. Next slide. So we have 80,000 clear electric cars, and if we take hybrids, so the fleet is about 120,000 electric cars. And if we split the development of our automobile world in several phases, so there were two major ones. So the first was 2013 until 2016-17, when electric cars were bought only by enthusiasts, the people who didn't understand what it is as a e-vehicle, but they wanted to start and develop and to find something new, so they were taking risk to buy these cars while they didn't understand where to charge them. And they were hoping that there will be a connector for charging, at least in the kit, because without the support of the state, and nobody understood where it will be going on. But they were having this faith in their hearts. But the second phase, since 2016-17 and until now, this is the phase of real phase of leaping development of EVs, and because Ukrainians bought 1,500 EVs in 2016, 3,000 in 2017, and the market grew by 75%. So we repeated these numbers in 2018, the 85% of growth, and we added 5,385 EVs. So here we see the breakdown of EVs and how they were growing every year, and this is not the end. We see only this year it will be bigger because it is only 11 months. Next slide. So I will give you this presentation, and you will get these numbers close if you are interested. What is it about this fast development? But there is no secret, because the government interfered. The decisions were taken to reduce the prices for EVs, because it is not a secret. At that time they were too expensive, and any decrease in the expenses let the people change the vehicle. So since the 1st January there was the law on changes in entrance taxes, import taxes. So don't mix it with VAT, because VAT has no limit for functioning. But on the 25th November 2015, there was the law of Ukraine, the changes in the tax code of Ukraine and other legislatory acts which can sell the VAT for entering and imported EVs, and reducing the tax for entrance. And today we pay only €1 per 1 kilowatt of the battery, which is the ECE. So this showed the importance of the support of this industry and its importance in our country, because with EVs entering, we had to develop the infrastructure. And so in Ukraine appeared the developers and producers of Ukrainian EV charging stations, so we can be proud as to call them made in Ukraine. And so they started to develop, and our people, which we can be proud of, because they can design and develop their own products. Somebody bought the stations from China, from Europe, and then we learned how to build them, and I would like to show you what we can be proud of, which manufacturers of Ukrainian charging stations. The first is EcoFactor. They introduced 28 stations with 22 and 40 kilowatts for Amazon company in their warehouse in Czech Republic. These are the photos from Amazon, and you see how it looks like. Also, we have a Lviv company which is called Go To. They developed an operating system for charging stations. It is successfully working. So it is working in, just imagine, in 63 countries in the world which use Ukrainian platform, and they support 33,000 charging station, and they opened a big charging station for charging in Malaysia. So from Ukraine we send our hands everywhere. And the Kharkiv company, which was a leader in the charging network, they developed their activity in Ukraine and across the origin. They cooperate with the biggest charging network in the US, and we can say that they promote the Ukrainian name here, and now I speak about United States. And the group company, so they also started their expansion in Europe, and they opened their representation in Poland and Slovakia, and these are the couples. I would say that the government favors. They were bringing back new jobs and new promotion of the name of Ukraine worldwide. And I would like to come back a bit to 2013. It was the beginning, and all of us heard about the leap in the development. We heard about the Chinese cars, but cooperation with the Chinese producers and to launch production of electric pickup. As you heard about new companies like Luaz Motors, but not all of us know that the electric car market in 2013 started by Chinese cars which were developed in Ukraine but produced in China. And if you know Arsenii Karaimov, whose name is very well known in the market, and these first models, EVA 2 and EVA 3, they appeared in Ukraine in 2013, and nobody understood what it is an EV, and the legislation of Ukraine was not so perfect, and there is no such category as EV. And when you import this and you show it with your hands, but the custom offices to put them into the register and to bring the car into Ukraine, they were saying we don't know. And Arsenii was the first comer who was showing what it is, a vehicle with an electric motor. And then, and in the same year, there were two EVs brought into Ukraine. It was a known company, BID. Now we know this is a giant in the automobile industry. This model was E6 and it was used in Shenzhen megapolis in China, but they cost $60,000 and they were not in demand in Ukraine because people did not understand how can we use a car for such crazy money. And so in principle, since then, the Chinese cars stopped because in 2014 it was the year of the era of many years leader on Ukrainian market, Nissan Leaf. So this model started globally in 2014. So they sold 39, and in 2016 they added 50 cars, and then they sold 3,000. And you see, in 11 months of this year, we had 4,995 cars registered. So I would call it. It's already the second generation, and this is the people's car for the last 10 years. And also in 2014 a lot of cars were brought from US, and the first models were Tesla and Chevrolet Gold. So it was growing until COVID, because COVID increased the transportation in containers, and Ukrainian market shifted to Europe and started to bring Chinese cars. But now Ukraine is in the first top third countries are bringing the US cars. Of course, they bring used cars which had the accidents, and they are repaired here inside Ukraine. And this tendency created a tendency where Ukraine became a world leader. I mean that the repaired cars started to be exported to other countries. It was impossible to do, but we did it. And in 2021, we exported from Ukraine 109 Tesla cars. And so this point became a topic for such investigation in US. You see the picture on the screen. So when the world understood that we can become a competitor, and this publication made the conclusion that the Ukrainian industry of repair was showing the back side of insurance companies, and the majority of cars sold for scrap in the US and Europe, they were always the new cars with very little length of travel. So here they are here, and whatever they gave us, we could repair and even re-export it. So here I would like to show you, so in general, the development of Ukrainian market. What were the main drivers, why we started to grow so fast? First of all, these were they used cars, but it was all great dealers since 2013 to 2019. On the other hand, in 2016, the new electric cars started to be imported by official dealers. For the first of them were BMW and Renault, and they made the first shows on Expo 2016, and maybe they, if you remember, it was Eco Drive. And in 2017 and 18, the Hyundai and the Jaguar followed them, and almost every producer now has an electric car in the lines. And third factor, in 2021, the phase of mass Chinese cars expansion started on Ukrainian market, and it happened with the efforts of grey importers, which were followed by official representatives by Chinese trends like MG, Jack, Maxus, Centro, Skywell, and Aura. As they started to sell the certified versions in Europe, they were adopted for European networks and with official guarantees, and they give the warranty for the journey and for the batteries much more than European companies give them.
Показана доля електромобілів, які вироблені в Китаї та вимпортованих в Україну за 11 місяців цього поточного року, вона досягла суттєвих 30%. Їхня кількість зросла, ну, реально космічними темпами. Посидіть, дивіться, у 2019 році було імпортовано всього 7 китайських електромобілів. У 2020-му 81, а лише за 11 місяців цього року 9 тисяч авто. Ну, це реально дуже крута, така неймовірна, як для мене, цифра, тому що я слідкую за приростом електромобілів щомісяця, і цифра в 9 тисяч, вона, ну, прям гігантська. І за 4 роки можна сказати, що ми виросли просто в 1000 разів. І чому це відбувається, яке підґрунтя саме для зростання? Зробили таку дуже велику роботу, дослідили це наші колеги з Федерації автопрому України. Якщо буде цікаво, я надам цю презентацію, можете там, будуть контакти в кінці сказати, я вам надішлю. І заради справедливості, знаєте, варто ще зазначити, що не всі електромобілі, які виготовлені в Китаї, вони належать китайським автобрендам. Наприклад, ось бренд Volkswagen, з 8 тисяч зареєстрованих автівок в цьому році, половина, це 4 тисячі електромобілів, вони були зроблені в Китаї. Тобто, по факту, це бренд європейський, але 34% імпорту відбулося саме ж таки з Китаю, а взагалі по японським маркам Toyota та Honda, там майже 100% імпорту саме з Піднебесної. Наступний. Ось якраз я говорила про Volkswagen. Наступний. І з присутністю взагалі автобрендів на українському ринку склалася дуже така цікава ситуація, тому що на наших дорогах можна зустріти автомобілі майже з усього світу. І всього нараховано, за даними головного сервісного центру, десь 111 автобрендів. І більше всього з Китаю, це 71 найменування. На другому ринку на другому місці це європейські марки, це їх 24, з Японії 6, з США 5 та з Кореї 4. А ось по кількості, у загальному парку електромобілів в Україні ситуація, взагалі інша. Тобто більше всього це 28 тисяч електромобілів, це європейські бренди. На другому місці це Японія, 26 тисяч. І в першу чергу це реально завдяки майже одній моделі Nissan Leaf. Американських автівок у нас там 17,5 тисяч, корейських 4 тисячі 200 і китайських 2555 авто. А взагалі таке різноманіття марок, виробників та каналів постачання обумовило взагалі іншу проблему. Це різноманіття зарядних стандартів в зарядних станціях. Зараз на українському ринку використовуються зарядні станції абсолютно всіх існуючих у світі стандартів, за винятком ECE, це новий, нещодавно створений такий стандарт північноамериканської зарядки, і він, так називається як власний продукт, стандарт компанії Tesla. Його на нашому ринку поки що не було тільки тому, що у нас немає офіційних суперчарджерів. Але я все ж таки сподіваюся, що після закінчення війни вони в нас з'являться, і компанія Tesla взагалі буде перша пориватися для того, щоб відкрити своє офіційне представництво в такій країні, як Україна. І розвиток зарядної інфраструктури – це взагалі, мені здається, окрема тема. Я не буду розкривати її зараз в цій презентації, просто не вистачить часу взагалі всієї конференції. Скажу єдине, що українські виробники зарядних станцій та оператори мереж електрозарядок, вони доволі гарно справляються зі своєю роботою. Україна реально не пасе задніх в цьому процесі і також знаходиться на передових позиціях по кількості зарядних точок. Charging point, я прошу не плутати їх фізично
In terms of charging points, once again, I would like to tell you that in one charging point, there may be up from 1 to 6 connectors, and in Ukraine alone, there are 12,000 of those. And next slide, please. In terms of the ports which are present in Ukraine, the number of cars, the ratio of cars to the numbers of these charging points, right now we are on a par with Belgium and Spain, because we are much ahead of Poland, for example, which means that we are growing at the same time in terms of the number of vehicles procured and in the number of charging devices and stations installed. This slide shows different operators, the number of them, sheer number of them in Ukraine. This is not an exhaustive list, because as I was preparing this presentation, 2 more arrived, which once again testifies that nearly every day new network operators are coming in because they understand that this market requires developing. They see the trend in EV growth on an annual basis. So whoever comes first gets served first. And here you can set up a very lucrative business as well as help Ukraine's economy to become very durable and steadfast. Here you can see all of my contact details. Talking about e-vehicles is an endless thing indeed. I could talk about that days on end. And I've only touched upon the topic of e-cars. There's a separate market for e-trucks, e-buses, different modes of passenger transport, and we can also see what happens in Ukraine in this regard. Should you have any questions, you're welcome to contribute to my email account, to my address on messengers. I'm also planning to have an interesting program. I'm a news presenter on different television channels in Ukraine, so I would like to share more information with people, telling them more about e-vehicles, about what's generally happening in the e-industry of Ukraine, because very little is being spoken about that. Not all of the media outlets are stressing that. However, year to year, day to day, their number is growing. That's why, should you be interested, please subscribe to my channel to be in the know concerning all of the developments in the realm of e-mobility in Ukraine. Thanks a lot for your information. I can see your chat box. Are there any questions to me? Will the energy system of Ukraine stand and endure the number of e-vehicles? Has anybody made any calculations with? Yes, this has already been done, but before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, because with an analytical IRRS group, we did the forecast through 2025, but that was before the war, concerning the number of e-vehicles and the load that would create on the energy grid of Ukraine. Honestly speaking, I'm not very strong at that, but there are different studies that say that the energy system can resist and withstand all of this onslaught. But due to war, a lot has changed. But what Ukrenergo and the government are doing to recover the whole energy infrastructure of Ukraine means that we can overcome all of these obstacles, and these e-vehicles will help us to balance our power grid, because all of the e-vehicles that began to be produced since 2020, both in Europe and in China, have the function which is called vehicle to load, which means if your voltage rises, this is a huge power bank on wheels that your vehicle turns into. About 50 volt is the storage that you have that you can also give back to the grid. So This is a win-win situation. You can charge your vehicle and then help the grid, or you can also power your house as well as other structures, and on the contrary, you will be helping the economy of the country as well as its power grid. Thank you. I don't think there are any questions on the chat box addressing our speaker. No, there are not. Thank you very much, Ms. Maryna, for your interesting presentation. It was interesting to hear it from you last year. This year it's even more exciting. Concerning the areas of ideas, insights, and prospects that you have been sharing with us, I can also speak about e-vehicles and the connection of those vehicles to the intellectual transportation systems. I also have some interesting information. The day before yesterday, I didn't have much time to speak about that. However, last year when I was making my presentation about the connectivity of such modern modes of vehicles and the current trends in this area, I said that given what was made by the digital chassis by Qualcomm, this digital chassis began to be purchased by all automotive brands, and there's a very high likelihood that in the market will arrive e-vehicles which will belong to telecommunications brands. I was mistaken only with the name of this company. However, this year, 2 new brands have come onto the market working with e-vehicles. One is Sony, which has acquired this brand, although the mechanical part belongs to Honda. So Sony plus Honda created a new e-vehicle. I can provide you with this information. And very recently, Xiaomi, well known to us, without any additional other brands on their own, produced their first EV. I can even demonstrate it to you. Can you see it yet? This is it. So this is their first vehicle, and it is on sale already since this year, which means that this market of EVs is getting stronger, is getting more and more saturated with new makers, and this is the prospect that we are going to see developing and booming in the future. So thank you very much for your presentation. Unless there are no more questions, let's take it to our next section. Thank you and goodbye. Technical regulation, safety aspects for design, requirement and methods on assessing the operational properties of motor vehicles. It's the continuation, and the first presentation will be done by the National Transportation University by Mr. Gorntar, who is the head of utilities, vehicles, and the department responsible for that, and Serhii Basenko, the candidate of technical sciences and assistant professor. So who's going to be the first to speak? Viktor Gontar spoke yesterday about it. Didn't you know that? Yeah. Yes, he was the first. He was the last to speak. You're not mistaken. We finished our work with the presentation from this section. I'm following the program, but because I was attending other events conducted by our ministry, unfortunately, I wasn't present at that presentation. Okay, so the construction, no. Our section design of motor vehicles, meta-heuristic algorithms, metaphor strategies, Oleksiy Bondarenko, Oleksandr Ustemenko, and Serhii Andriyenko, representative Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University. So who's going to be making this presentation? Unfortunately, we cannot get through to them for the time being. Perhaps a bit later. Then I have another question. In terms of vacuum mufflers, do we have anyone present with us? Yes, we do. Okay, Volodymyr Fedorov, Halina Filipova, and Mikita Malishka, the National Transportation University. You're welcome. Hello, my greetings, dear colleagues. I hope you can see my presentation. Let me share my screen. Today, I would like to present 3 works presented by 3 teams. The topic is the same: reducing exhaust noise of armored vehicles. An armored vehicle Triton 01. So we just call them armored vehicles to be short. First, you can see vacuum mufflers of exhaust gas noises as a means of reducing the external noise of an armored vehicle Cossack 7. And we have selected this particular vehicle, and the permissible official level is 80 decibel A. So as I said, the purpose for us was to reduce the exhaust gas noise externally, because for military vehicles and for their teams, you can understand making a noise is a demasking, undisguising element, because it immediately betrays them. And the majority of equipment these days works on internal combustion engines. The problem is really hot and topical. As of one of my comrades said it, they made a reconnaissance device. The only thing was that it was an internal combustion vehicle, and of course it's extremely noisy. It's a drone, a UAV, which is sent for kilometers and kilometers of distance. It's a non-land reconnaissance device, so the overall problem that we believe is highly relevant. This vehicle, the acoustic system of that, has the following sources of noise making. First of all, it's the exhaust system. It's one of the largest aggregates. Everything depends here on the speed of movement, on the pavement of the roads, etc. But at least it's one of the largest noisemakers, largest contributors to noisemaking. And the muffler, how is that supposed to be improved as the most powerful source? So to make that, we started studying different elements of reducing noises produced by jets. So we need to create the difference in pressures. In this case, we're talking about exhaust fumes, and for that we developed the so-called vacuum muffler, noise muffler. The principal action of that lies in the fact that when gases go out of that, we begin to ideally deblock the noises that are produced by that. Of course, I will elaborate that a bit later. So this is the scheme of this particular muffler, the blueprint, and the stages of this work are in fact 3. First, we fill in the left hand or the right hand working cylinders, and then we switch valves. And these valves, you can see, are numbers 17 and 18. The stage is not demonstrated here because it's very brief in time, so we're not showing in order not to occupy the time. Then the pumping system contributes to thinning of the air, exhaust fumes, and then, of course, the pressure is lowered, and those oscillations are immediately lowered. There is no direct stream, as it usually happens in classic engines. Compensation cylinder is necessary to be filled at the time of switching working cylinders to make sure that there is no direct stream of air. Here, declining takes place not at the expense of the friction of exhaust gases and the oscillations of the pressure, but according to the law of architectural acoustics. So they begin to reverberate against the sides, and these sides have to accumulate these oscillations. So here you can see, and this fluctuation. So here you can see the work of the valves one by one. First it's 12 to 15, and they work diagonally. This opens, the other one closes, and everything is done in sync. And then this T stands for the period of switching these working cylinders. T small, it's the working time for the cylinder's operation. So we have to calculate the time to fill in these cylinders. And for the calculation of this time, we use Mendeleev-Clapeyron equation. This is figure 2. And we also had to calculate the vacuum productive capacity of the engine. So here is the formula, figure 6. And then we had to identify the changes in the vacuum of the substance when it is inlet and at the point of outlet. So 1.04, this is for petrol engines, and 1.05, it's for petrol ones, for diesel fuel engines. So here, once again, you can see different equations. Figure 10 shows you how to calculate that. Hence, we obtain the necessary time to fill in the working cylinder. This is formula 11. And given the fact that the time of filling has to be 3 times as high for the time of valves work in order to compensate for the work of the compensation in working cylinders, and given the parameters of our engine, Cossack 7 armored vehicle, so we have the following. The working time shouldn't be more than 0.05 seconds, and the switch of the cylinders shouldn't be higher, more than 0.01 seconds. They're non-existent, but some slightly other kinds of activities use such valves in order to switch between the currents and flows of water. So we have to develop this specific valve for this concrete situation. Then you can see the calculation for the efficiency of the pumping system. So the calculation is pretty much the same as it was for the engine. You have volume operational calculation against the same Mendeleev-Clapeyron's equation. You can see that in figure 18. Once again, if we allow for the reduction of working pressure, you can see this in figure 19 for convenience. Given the previously calculated time, we obtain the final result to be. And here is the graphic showing you that. So depending on the speed of the movement of such vehicles, with the help of these mufflers, you can see how that will operate. So the conclusions are presented here. You can read them. So one thing I can say is, although, because it is really powerful indeed, it's not necessarily needed to go for vacuum 3 times. It may be very high indeed, but of course experiments will testify more accurately in favor of that, whether it's worth the squeeze or not, because the contemporary mufflers, they never speak about how much power that takes away from the overall power of the vehicle. Everything that I was able to find was a book dated 1981, one of the vehicles of the motorcycles, where they wrote that officially the mufflers take about 7% of the overall vacuum capacity of the engine. So you can imagine that the situation must have changed since then. To contemporary muffler ensuring Euro 5 and even higher parameters, we can only make surmises. Once again, no companies provide you with such data. So speaking for sure, once again, I repeat myself, this topic needs further developing, experimenting, and we need to find this happy medium. It doesn't make sense to muffle exhaust gas noises because there are other noise-making sources. The practice says that 20 to 25 decibel is quite enough. So I have brought my presentation to a close. If you have any questions, I'm ready.
So do you have questions? If there are any questions, and you'll have 2 more presentations. I can answer questions now. Yes, welcome. And you will have another presentation about armed vehicle 3 tons and the CRAS armed vehicle. Also, please, if you can present, welcome. So this is another team, and now So this is a muffler for the armed vehicle, 3 tons. It's a kind of a light vehicle. So these are the characteristics. The level, noise level must be 80 decibels. And as I said, the noise is the masking process. Sometimes a joke, but sometimes make the covering of the tank even seriously. So the mobile masking camouflaging is possible fixed as well. So the noise at the speed of 100 kilometers per hour, the noise of exhaust gases is a prevailing factor. So we proposed a muffler a complex with reactive principle. So the reactive among all other mufflers is a basic one. So the advantage is kind of good. It's about 10-20 decibels. So we see the frequency characteristics, but the disadvantage is are the gaps. The falls up to 0 from time to time, and not quite efficient if the tasks are serious. So we propose put a complex muffler. First point is it should be reactive and with some dimensions. It has these characteristics, and fall to 0 is 340 hertz. The 15 decibels, they are not enough, so we used this muffler for this. So we came to the muffler, cooling muffler. We came looking at the muffler of civil aviation engine muffler. So the gas is exhausted in 8 number. So if we reduce the speed, we will reduce the noise in this sense. So we increase the temperature of the muffler. So if we come to the history, so we will reduce the temperature. If the temperature is reduced, the speed becomes less. Previously in 30s, the temperature of the muffler was reduced to heat the compartment, or we can heat the fuel. So this is the muffler which is working with exhaust gases, but the disadvantage is the low efficiency, because the surface of contact is not big, and you see the aerodynamic resistance is high because it's a spiral. So we developed a muffler which does not have such disadvantages, and this is the sketch, and using the equation. So this is a complex muffler, reactive one, and this is a cooler. The equation of Mendeleev-Clapeyron, so it's almost ideal, and we use the equation 2, and also considering the formulas 1 and 2. 1 is here, and formula 2, we received the formula 3, and we developed this curve. So the reduction of the speed through cooling. So we see the characteristics, these are in kelvins. So we see only 24 from this exhaust muffler. Of course, we cannot sum, and the processes are complex, and so the dependence on on the efficiency of this muffler depending on the cooling. So we get immediately, so as I was speaking in before, the gap, the drop up to the zero, and we reduce the temperature in kelvins, and we see the improved characteristics and reduction by 40 decibels. Of course, it's in theory, but only in this muffler. And we, all in all, total, we don't need more than 30. But how much should we pay for this? So the capacity of the cooler. So we need to prepare cooler before going on the mission. Maybe the armored vehicle should prepare this unit, or maybe a special unit should be. So it's about, because these are the bigger numbers, maybe 30-40% of the power of the engine. But I heard maybe 30 years ago in stealth aircraft there is a coolant which is used to reduce the heated gases. Some covering of the wings, it's one thing, but coolant is another thing. So for armor vehicle, this is a very expensive thing. So on big speeds, the wheels start to act, but on a low speeds up to 70 is the most important, not to roar too much. So you see the 20 decibels. It's up to 50% of the power of the engine, and so we need the cooling unit. Of course, it should prepare itself, but it should not drop its power by 50% when it's on a mission. It needs its power for itself, for something else. And thank you for your attention, and please your questions. I see we don't see the questions. There is a question in the chat. Please. Should I answer tomorrow or to now or later? So you have a third presentation, and then we will answer questions, and then we will make comments. So let's make another presentation. So it's another one. It's painful for me. Why do I do this? I'm screaming. There was a question. I made a comment about the question in the chat. So the third work which we did, we developed a two-chamber muffler of noise to reduce the level of noise for cross vehicle. Maybe it's not a military truck, but it is used in military, and it would be very relevant. So we used the frame of multiple launch vehicle for Oregon. So it's kind of heavy vehicle, and the level of noise is 80 decibels, and as a philosopher was saying, the camouflage is a second armor. So this is the camouflage which is used when vehicles are going through the river, frozen river. So the noise should be reduced with mufflers, and the approach should be not trivial. So there are mufflers with moving parts, and they have drawbacks, and we need to avoid these drawbacks. Why should they be movable? Because they reduce the characteristics of what is movable. So the engine is moving, and the ventilator is moving, but depending on the gases. So the ventilator will be much more efficient if it reacts according to the engine. So the mufflers, the two-chamber principle, we decided to make some parts of this muffler which were fixed to make them movable. The formula, it's kind of difficult, but it is strong. So the muffler should be compatible with the noise, which is the shaft movement of the engine, and depending on the frequency of this movement. So reducing the length of chambers of the muffler, not the pipes, connecting pipes, but the chambers, and changing them, we can reduce the frequency characteristics, and we use it with pistons control block and sense of movement of crankshafts. So the formula has the length of connecting pipe and chamber. We can do it in both ways, and I will show it you. And using this formula for calculation of noise of the muffler and some mathematics, we developed the parameters of the muffler. So in this family, we just were using the parameters of connecting pipe. So the length was changed from 0.2 to 1, and the diameters of entering orifice were the same. Why 0.6? Because we will multiply by 2, because it's half of the length of connecting pipe. So 0.8 and 1. So you see like a cartoon. And also we calculated harmonics of the engine of Kras vehicle. So the first harmonics creates the spectrum. First, second harmonics will multiply by 2, by 3. So we selected parameters for reduction of the noise. So when the speed is 45 kilometers per hour, 0.4. So by 2 is 0.8 connecting pipe, and so we see the first harmonics 70 hertz, third is 140, and third is 210. So we have some gaps. So they reduce quite strongly. So for bigger speeds, we take two parameters: the length of chamber and pipe, connecting pipe. 0, 3, 0, 4. They all reduce noise. So all these second and third harmonics, they drop. I will not consider fourth and fifth harmonics. This is up to 80 kilometers per hour. So we took this as a forecast, so we can see the the noise will drop by so many decibels. So if we reduce the first harmonic, and the next we'll see by 40, by 60, and altogether there will be 30 decibels. And if it is 30 decibels, we will reduce the exhaust system, but altogether we will make it by 3 by 8 decibels. So these are the dreams, but the main idea we should use non-trivial approaches. The trivial approaches were exhausted. The main idea we needed to do camouflaging since the external combustion system. So welcome your questions. Thank you, Volodymyr. And I would like to point out that since the 90s, the reconnaissance and reconnaissance of the battlefield on technical and operating deeps, they include acoustic methods of reconnaissance, and as soon as the vehicle comes, the tools they create acoustic picture of the vehicle, and so we had it also at the beginning of the counter-offensive, and the speed was reduced because even of this, but the things which you do myself as a military, if we look at things not only like F-16 but something else, so all the aircraft, all the water surface aircraft, there are lots of sensors which survey the battlefield, so your work is very, very necessary now, and success to all your team and your colleagues. So I don't see the questions. Yes, будь ласка. So the question is, when you reduce the noise, but you reduce the power of the engine, can we make two modes when the vehicle is going on the road? See, it's one mode, but when it went on a mission, it reduces the mode. So the vehicle was detected as they change the mode and they run away when they wanted to escape from the destruction zone. And when they come to the road, they move on a normal mode. Yes, of course. This is adjustment. I always speak at all the conferences that a big development is protected not by one patent, but hundreds of patents. When Wright brothers they developed the aircraft, it was not at the end of production of aircrafts. So I had a friend. He was saying, so in 2015 they were saying they will start to attack, and then he was saying we needed to run fast. Why do we needed to run fast. We need to drive fast. Why do we need to drive fast? Because nobody will shoot with anti-tank missile on such rocket, because it catches only the image in a couple of dozens of meters. So if we need to do it, we need to do it, and we need to protect it with lots of patents, and we do it. This is work for many years. Thank you, and it's a prospective work. And I would like I invite as the next presentation.
The next to speak is Oleksandr Syrota. He deals with engines at the National Transportation University, and Mr. Trifonov and Mr. Gutarevich will be helping him. Development and implementation of a device in the form of a working model capable of ensuring the change in maintenance of the required temperature valve at the engine inlet. Yes, we can hear, see, and you can get started. Just a second. I hope you can hear and see me well, can you? Yes, I would like to greet all of the conference participants. In our chair at the National Transportation University, we are doing a lot of different research concerning making sure that the devices in the form of working models are really working and workable. They're really necessary for passenger transportation and for freight shipments. And in the nearest decades, we will not be able to avoid using them in transportation, even given the rising share of electric and hybrid vehicles. There are two ways in order to minimize fuel consumption. First, it is to raise the factual burning of the fuel, and secondly, to minimize the losses, especially the losses for friction and pumping. The analysis of numerous engines testify to the fact that most of the time they work in blank modes. Especially when they are working on the idle. So the idle mode is about 20% of consumption. For bus engine vehicles in particular in the urban conditions, and this takes about 30% of time of the overall working time. In order to improve the working conditions of engines when they are on an idle mode, to make sure that, of course, there are fewer emissions exhausted in the air. This can be done with the help of thermal drosseling, by making sure that we regulate the inlet air and so it all heavily depends on the rotation of the vehicle. So it all heavily depends on the work of the throttle and the mass to affect the working process of the engine in order to improve the fuel properties and peculiarities of the engine's work. So if we increase the inlet air, this will result in a lesser mass of the air to penetrate the cylinders, which means the throttle partitioning wall opens up and the angle for ignition increases to more optimal conditions. In the laboratory, we tried out engines, and we conducted some functional tests of the suggested model of thermal throttle, preliminary ones. We tried to compare that with the usual parameters. Mr. Alexander, we cannot see your presentation. You are not changing the slides, if I'm not mistaken. We cannot see any changes in slides. So this is the blueprint of our installation, showing you the working, the thermal throttle scheme. This relates to the functional tests and trials. We compared the indicators of the engine's work when using mechanical and thermal throttling. We applied that to the engine. Volkswagen BBY make. It was on our bench. It was used in our bench test. And we heated the air at the point of inlet. We had a metallic ceramic element, and we increased the temperature at that point to about 70 degrees Celsius. You can see the bench itself, the device for heating the air, and in what way it was assembled to let the air in for the engine. And the results that we obtained, which testify that when applying thermal control of the power, the fuel economy is increased from 14 to 26%, depending on the frequency of the engine's rotation revolving. And along with that, we can see the increase in the angle of throttling cover opening, and there is also a decrease in the exhaust fumes. So we are planning to continue elaborating our tests and trials, and we will continue with our experimentation. Thank you. This is all from me. Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Would you kindly post them in the chat box? If you have urgent questions, you can ask one just now. The rest of it, let's take it to the discussion panel. Don't see any raised hands. Thanks a lot for your presentation, Mr. Oleksandr Syrota. And the next presentation will be made by Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University. There are two speakers. Mykola Mykhalevych, the professor of the Department of Automobiles, and Serhii Shuklinov, also the professor of the same department, Doctor of Technical Sciences. As far as I understand, Mr. Mykola Mykhalevych will be speaking. Mild hybrid technology in a modern motor vehicle. Good morning. Hello. Let me turn on my slideshow. I hope you can see my presentation. Yes, we can. The topic, as it's visible from its title, is dedicated to hybrid vehicles. If we get to analyze the famous classification of automotive transport, which can be found in the European road map for the development of transportation through 2050. We can also see some other functions which are characteristic of specific groups of plug-in hybrid vehicles. And not only those. So we also know about the function of start-stop, which ensures that the engine is stopped automatically for short time, recuperation of energy and braking, and some more serious things and functions, for example, helping the engine if the mode of movement is changed, electric start or ignition, and moving on electric traction, fully or partially. The topic of our paper is dedicated to the expansion of the two last functions for hybrid vehicles, which use lesser power for their drive. If we compare the characteristics for the acceleration of transportation vehicles as they on the move, while for the traditional function to help the engine As opposed to that, the hybrid electric device is used exactly at the point of accelerating, after the vehicle gains sustainable movement, picks up sustainable movement. The electric device is turned off, and then the car moves with the help of DVS device. So the change of mode and the work of the vehicle ensures the support and help to the engine to make sure that the engine is both economical and environmentally friendly. Respectively, at this stage, there's a great field, a great ground to fill up the device with electric power. There are some sophistications, though. Why are these functions utilized for vehicles whose capacity is rather high, whose power is rather high? Because at the stage of accelerating, most of these acceleration points happen with very high intensity, from 1.5 to 2.5 meters per square to the square second. And for a small car, which is up to 1.5 tons in weight, it requires 10 to 30 kilowatt to give an impetus to movement. As opposed to that, if we look at the movement of such vehicles for a long time, when we utilize the mode of movement rationally, which means we will be attempting to encourage the driver not to use very frequently accelerating and braking in order to reduce exhaust fumes, as well as reduce the generation of microdispersion particles by tires and brakes. Then, hence we get that in the overall time of movement, the percentage of acceleration time will take up not a significant portion. And if we analyze the dynamics of movement and acceleration, levels of acceleration per sections of the road with sustainable movement, the picture changes significantly. We obtain 75% of accelerations that do not exceed 0.05 meters per square second. And everyone knows, in order to maintain the movement in the urban area at the speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, it takes 3 to 5 kilowatt power, respectively. Even low-capacity electric devices can cope with this task and partially can offset the medium level of acceleration, which is necessary in order to maintain quasi-sustainable movement and motion. So we came up with an idea to apply electric drive to maintain sustainable motion throughout the whole route of the motor vehicle's travel. We suggested the following strategy to shape the power of the capacity of the drive in order to make for movement exceptionally with the help of electric engines power, in order to propel the electric device, especially when it's stuck in traffic jams, and ensure that it moves slowly during traffic jam time, as well as making sure that we shape the potential for the car to continue moving with full or partial compensation of losses. That is to say, reducing the workload on the engine throughout the whole route of movement. So these calculations we obtained as a result of our experimentation. We had a particular route selected, and we did this calculation concerning the necessary power to ensure the movement of such a vehicle. For comparison, we have also provided here the possible application of electric drive to maintain and support a sustainable movement. So here you can, the red line is 1 kilowatt and the green line is 2 kilowatt. Why have we opted for insignificant power? The thing is that such electric cars can be easily, or devices can be easily assembled and installed in the motor section together with the regular generator. And sometimes generators are reworked and reassembled for these generators to perform the function of EVs. And thus, with minimal reassembling, we can implement the system of making any motor vehicle into a hybrid. And this will require minimal intrusion in the motor vehicle itself, and yet it will be equipped with such hybrid features. According to the assessments that we gained, the consumption of fuel for the electric drive at the power of 1 kilowatt, the savings will be half a liter. This is instant consumption of oil per every 100 mileage. And if we use 2 kilowatt drive, this can be up to 2 liters savings. Hence, on average, we obtain fuel consumption shortages by 1.5 to 2 liters respectively. So if we consider that such a motor vehicle at one filling station can make savings, then according to the prices that we have, you can save from 300 to 600 hryvnias every time you fill up your car, obtaining the necessary power for the electric drive. So this data has been calculated for a regular frequency of movement when the car was moving every 10 kilometers. The thing is that this duration of the route takes up about 0.2 kilowatt hours of energy, or the equivalent of 16 ampere per hour, and these losses can be easily compensated at the expense of charging your vehicle if you have a solar panel equipped car. And the power of such a solar panel should be about 40 to 50 watts. So for any individual has to commute from work home and from home to work, taking different breaks throughout the day, we can still obtain such cost savings. And the system in many ways could partially compete in the market to different gas and petrol fueling systems. We also have we will have to make some investments at the start, but once again, depending on the annual mileage, we can get 5 to 7 years payback period on your investments. This is a hypothetical calculation, but if we can imagine that 1 kilowatt device continues working up to 10 years and 2 kilowatt device and takes up 20,000 hryvnias, so the payback period will be up to 3 years. I suppose it's pretty quick, although of course we are not going to get significant savings as it happens when we apply gas engines. However, the investments are not as significant as when replacing your petrol fueling system for gas fueling system. So thank you very much for your attention. That's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Mykola. Maybe some environmental things can also be an additional bonus to that. Yeah, definitely. We know that gas as the fuel is one of the biggest challenges that we have on and off. So relieving this area for motor vehicles and cars in particular will definitely alleviate a significant number of problems, and we will have fewer shortages of gas. Thank you. I don't see any questions, no raised hands. So once again, should any questions arrive, leave them for the time of the discussion panel. Thank you very much for the exciting topic to cover. Now we carry on with our work, and our next presentation, we're skipping one if you're following the program. And we're taking it to the study of the impact of using ethanol-based fuel on automobile engines indicators, energy efficiency and environmental safety, which is to be presented by Serhii Sosida, engineer, the State Enterprise State Road Transport Research Institute, and his co-author is Mykola Tsuman, Doctor of Philosophy, Associate Professor of the Department of Engines and Thermal Techniques, National Transport University. I can see Mr. Serhii is ready. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear participants of this conference. I'm very happy to participate in it. So we'll be speaking about the study of the impact of using ethanol-based fuel on automobile engines indicators. Ethanol, as you know, is one of the alternative energy sources, and it's also used for fuel to make it more explosive. Ethanol is produced from different agrarian sources, raw materials. So when we use it, it has some effects of the work of the internal combustion engines. And you can see different indicators in its production. And inside the cylinder of the engine, a lot of processes take place. And our studies were carried out both using experimentation and mathematical modeling. Experimentation was conducted in the laboratory at the National Transportation University, and we had special diagrams for the cycle of the engine's work and the analysis of individual sectors of the work. In order to obtain these diagrams, as you can see it from some of the slides, we had the sensor for excessive pressure that was inserted in the head of the cylinder in order to obtain the excessive power in the fourth cylinder. As is obvious from the diagrams, the greater amount of ethanol in the fuel enabled the expansion of the fuel and the expansion of the pressure. And based on the processing of the indicators in different workload conditions, the maximum pressure and temperature enabled greater combustion of the fuel. And you can see the content of ethanol did not contribute very much to the power. You have to make sure you switch the slides, which you are not doing. I'm so sorry, you cannot see it, can you? No?
So, if I place it like this, so this temperature, and during the combustion, in some cases it increases the maximum temperature. In some other modes, the temperature is reduced, and the temperature of heat was established with different fuels, with different ethanol contents, and we see if the ethanol is in bigger numbers, so it will influence the parameters of burning, and the appropriate parameters will lead to establishing different modes of engine operation. So the ethanol inside the mixture burning in the engine, and measuring it will be quite difficult. So to get the data undistorted, we needed to do it with appropriate curves, which establishes a mode of operation of the engine. And we see this from indicated diagram of an engine revolutions. So we see the E50 fuel, if it is used, it will reduce the pressure as compared to the gasoline. However, E75, the pressure is the same. And also, with the E75, the mixture becomes poorer because the heat capacity of this mixture is less. So we see from the curves when we work with different fuels, such curves can allow us to analyze the use of different fuels and in different modes. When we supply E75, so the burning starts faster than with other fuels. The efficiency is better than when the gasoline, but the pressure is gets with E75. The efficiency E75 and E25 is less than with the gasoline, so the pressure is less. But when we use the fuels in the engine, the heat capacity is, depends on the properties of these fuels. So the crankshaft starts moving later with the E75 and Z5. So the curve of changes of temperatures in the cylinder allows us to analyze how the fuel influences the temperature at the section of pressure. And the pressure is lesser than the more we have ethanol there. So with E75 brings to bigger temperatures in the cylinder. E25 that brings the changes in the temperature, which is lesser than with the gasoline. So E75 is almost comparable with E0. So when the temperature of expansion is less than with E0, E25 and 1570. And so the expansion with E75 is also depends on the phases. So the loads on the engine with maximum temperature and maximum pressure, it is shown that the less ethanol will reduce the pressure in average loads. So when we have loads more than average with E50 and 75, the load is bigger than with gasoline, and the load from gasolines is so the indicator and revolution momentum is changed depending on the fuels. So the consumption of air is less than with E50 and 75 than with E0. So also the feeling also is bigger with E0 as compared to E75 and 50. Also, So the ethanol in the future increases the indicator of capacity of the engine. It is related to depends on the quantity properties of ethanol. As we see from the results of the model, the concentration of the CO2 in the exhaust gases increases with the ethanol concentration. The concentration of hydrocarbons grows with E50, but reduces in 75 as compared to E0. CO2 concentration is reduced when ethanol is bigger, but the load when it is bigger, the concentration grows. When the concentration does not change when the neutralizing is bigger. The concentration of hydrocarbons in exhaust gases increases after the use of ethanol. It can be explained with low ethanol. The oxygen is bigger in the neutralizer, and the neutralizer layer is oversaturated with and the active layer is blocked with oxygen. Concentration of CO2 after the neutralizer is the same as before the neutralizer. As compared, if we compare the CO2 in concentration before the neutralizer, we see the active neutralization of these substances. So for hydrocarbons is bigger with ethanols. As when pollutive substances were analyzed, so the fuels with ethanol, the CO2 emissions reduce by 40–50%, but the masses increase because of efficiency of the neutralization. But CO2 will be reduced by 50–20% because of use of ethanol. So as compared, the comparison of different mode of operation with using the ethanol shows that these indicators depend on the consumption of fuel and different neutralization components. Efficiency of neutralization depends on the efficiency of combustion, and so that depends also on the adjustment of the engine. So we should use the ethanol in the fuel, which would show the control of exhaust through from the side of the engine, and will neutralize the pollutant substances in the exhaust gases. So use of different components will change the efficiency. So using E50 will reduce the efficiency as compared to E with gasoline. The fuel with ethanol will reduce the maximum pressure in the zone of in the average and lower loads. In the upper loads, and it doesn't. It is not different from gasoline. Also, the parameters of fuel of gasoline are different because of components. So when we analyze the pollutants, we see that the fuels with ethanol will reduce the CO2, and the mass CO2 will be reduced up to 15 when we use the fuels with bigger ethanol components. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sergei. Also, if we have questions, yes, we see Viktor raised the hand, so please, you have two questions. Please ask a short question. Thank you, Sergei, for very interesting presentation. I didn't see, maybe I was I missed something about the emissions of nitrogen oxides, nitrogen oxides. We didn't measure them. We don't have the equipment which would allow us to measure it. precisely in the laboratory. So unfortunately, but they are the most aggressive and they grow very substantially. So I don't see any more questions. Can I comment? Can I? Yeah, Mykola, please. Viktor, this is about the nitrogen oxygens. We studied the temperature in the working cycle with ethanol, additives and efficiency of neutralization. So we consider that if the temperature does not grow in the working cycle, and sometimes it falls down, and the efficiency of neutralization, which we can evaluate with compositions of the burning products, so the efficiency of neutralization does not fall, and the nitrogen composition will not be bigger, so it will be enough so to model that this indicator would not be too much influenced. Thank you. You needed to do your studies. Yes, we needed to do our studies. Please, colleagues, if we have any more questions, ask them during the discussion panel. So we see the chair of engines and Teplo heat technology. We have a more presentation so from the chair. Head of the chair, professor and prominent person of transport, and Evgen Shuba, the associate professor of this chair and doctor of technical sciences, and Mr. Igor, also the PhD student from the chair, who will be making the presentation. So I see already. Good morning. So we see the slides changing. Good morning. Greetings to all participants of the conference. And my presentation. So the fleet of vehicles is growing. Ukraine is not the exception when we need to transport a bigger number of loads, and growth of vehicles requires bigger numbers of fuel, especially gasoline, and the internal combustion engines use it traditionally, and the reserves of oil are reduced, and we needed to find new resources, and one of them, and one of these is this resource is a hydrogen-containing gas, and the consumption of this is growing with big. So, Mykola, please, can you increase the image on the whole screen? Is it okay? Will be very good. So this is the thing. So. Hydrogen-containing gas, the advantage is less consumption as compared to gasoline, 1.5 times, and in installation of cylinder without any technical changes, and concentration of pollutants is less. But the disadvantage of this compressed gas is the increase of volumes of consumption. So one of these is to use the additives which would intensify the burning process in order to study. The aim of this study was to increase environmental properties of gasoline engine using the gasoline and the hydrogen containing gas. The studies were done in the laboratory of the chair of engines in Transport University. We used the engine Volkswagen BBM Y, which was equipped with a system of compressed gas and improvement of the gas, and this electric unit legal 02. Also, we established the volumes of the gas used. Here, the principal scheme of the elements of the system, where we can see the installed gas cylinder of force generation and unit for generation of hydrogen-containing gas. To establish for this work, we had to define as optimum concentration of hydrogen-containing gas with different fuels, and we adjusted the different characteristics working in as different modes, almost at the average point of European urban cycles. So we were developing as additive, which would allow to the most efficiently burn the gas. So the consumption of hydrogen-containing gas were from 0 to almost 3 liters per minute. So in a percentage from 0 almost to 5% of the fuel. And it was established that for further studies, it's better to use the consumption is optimum of 2.5 liters per minute. So we started the efficiency of consumption with different additives and hydrogen containing gas. So we established that it increases the efficiency of the gasoline, and the consumption of fuel is falling up to 15%. Also, we saw the 8% reduce of fuel with a small consumption, and 18% was big.
We have also identified the consumption of fuel in order to save some power. And we have identified that due to this additive, we can also reduce fuel consumption somewhat, because in petroleum it declines by 6% when the power is not very high, and not to 2.6% when, once again, the power is a lot. For gas, 2.3 to 3.6 respectively. We have also conducted to see some of the correlations in terms of contaminants that can be exhausted by these engines when they work on hydrogen-containing gas additives, running on gasoline or liquefied petroleum gas. So if it is on gasoline, we reduce the amount of contaminants, for example, unburned hydrogens, and they decline by nearly 23%. However, we can see that nitrogen oxides increase in their volume. When we run the engine on liquefied petroleum gas, again, we observe the reduction of certain pollutants exhausted. The concentration of hydrogen reduces by about 6%, but unfortunately, the nitrogen oxides increase in their concentration. However, For the engine, we had a 3-component neutralizer installed, which additionally neutralized all the above-mentioned polluting substances. So at the end, we could see that the concentration was much lower. As a conclusion, based on our laboratory experimentation, we see that the effect of hydrogen-containing gas additive is positive in terms of running our engines on gasoline or liquefied petroleum gas. Once again, on liquefied gas, we were able to reduce the consumption of oil by 10.8%. And when there was a lot of power exerted on the engine, this economy increased to nearly 13%. And given power consumption, we can see also some reductions in that. And environmental friendliness also grows. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It's been interesting to listen to you. Once again, refer all the questions to the discussion panel. Oh, Mr. Viktor, as usual. May I have a fast question to ask? Go ahead. Given the aggressiveness of each of the pollutants, did you do the assessment of the aggregate summation of all of the pollutants, the environmental friendliness of the product that you have suggested? Is it going to be high? We studied mass emissions of the pollutants, but basically we could say that we observed certain reduction in hydrogen emitting, but at the expense of increasing temperature rise, still we could see the growth of nitrogen oxides growing. Mr. Viktor, are you happy? Are you happy with the answer? Viktor is Symonenko. There's something wrong with the connection, probably. His image is frozen. So, dear colleagues, let us move on. Next on our agenda is the presentation by 2 universities. Kharkiv National Technical University, Kharkiv Polytechnical Institute, Oleksandr Symonenko, professor of the Department of Theory and Systems of Automated Design of Machines and Mechanisms, also the PhD student of the same department, Yuriy Gladchenko, as well as Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University, Serhii Andriyenko, and they will be speaking about optimization of mechanical two-flow transmissions on tracked machines according to mass dimensional characteristics. So who is to present? Still, we have no connection to them. Sad. Do we have touch with those who are going to present next? Hopefully we do. We have these people on. They are abroad, but they promise to be able to speak. Increased durability when restoring a valve connection of an automobile engine, to be presented by the Department of Automotive Transport and Bus National Academy of Construction and Architecture. The 3 presenters, Mykola Vinogradov, PhD student Mykola Mastepan, who holds a PhD, and Serhii Mastepan, also a PhD holder, associate professor. They are all right now in Ivano-Frankivsk. Unfortunately, they are unavailable either. Please, support groups, make sure that you can. Well, we have been trying our best until this very last moment to get through to them, but we cannot. Then presentation 14. This man is right now away, so he's asking us to put it after 5 o'clock. Okay, number 15, Volodymyr Kulikovsky. Is he online with us? He promised to be with us, but he has failed to come. Volodymyr Gladchenko, I know that you are with us, aren't you? Yes, good morning. I'm here. I'm with you. So let me introduce you, Volodymyr Gladchenko, leading engineer of Group for Expert Assessment and Approval of Regulatory Documentation, Division for Conformity Assessment of Motor Vehicle Conversion and their Components, Selection and Justification of Parameters of Power Plant for Converted Electric Wheeled Vehicles of Category 1M. So, Mr. Gladchenko, you're welcome. Hello again. Can you see my presentation yet? No, not yet, though we can hear you well. Just a second. Is it on now? Yes, it is on. Thank you. So the topic of my presentation is the selection and justification of parameters of power plant for converting electric vehicles for category M1. Environmental problems encourage people to look for new types of vehicles and new sources of energy to suit them. As of now, the share of utilizing e-vehicles. Let me switch the slide. So currently, the share of applying e-vehicles and hybrid vehicles in the developed economies is gradually or even probably steeply growing. The production of e-vehicles is highly relevant nowadays. The disposal of the cars running everywhere on internal combustion engines, given their huge number, creates a tremendous problem for the society, and one of the ways to handle that is to convert these vehicles. And the purpose of this study was to study how this can be done, how we can convert a usual conventional vehicle into an electric wheeled vehicles. The object was to make sure that the total amount of dioxides is reduced. So you can see the hybrid vehicle and any vehicle. A hybrid is the inception stage of electrifying vehicles. This was something years ago when this industry started. For example, Toyota Prius hybrid version emerged back in 1997. Hybrid vehicles are the ones that utilize two sources to power, to drive them. One is the internal combustion vehicle plus an electric-powered vehicle, electric battery. So the work of the principle of work is pretty simple. The electric power helps the internal combustion vehicle at the starting of the vehicle and when accelerating it. The energy for the engine comes from the battery to be charged from the internal combustion engine when that works and when that breaks. However, an e-vehicle is the one which is powered with an electric battery, one or several, and it accumulates electric power. So there is the battery itself to accumulate this charge. They usually have, these batteries have a big capacity to run on, due to which, depending on the makes of these vehicles, one charging enables you to cover 120 to 180 kilometers, nowadays perhaps even more. So the primary distinction between the hybrid cars and the e-vehicles is that hybrids use two sources of powering, the electric battery and the internal combustion vehicle, whereas e-vehicles utilize exceptionally electric power. So let us look into the types of hybrid vehicles. They may also vary in types depending on how they utilize the source of power. For example, full hybrid or parallel hybrids, as we refer to them. In the full hybrid, the electric engine and the internal combustion engines are united in such a way that they can drive the vehicle when working separately or together. Most likely internal combustion engines, the engine itself and the gearbox are connected, or the internal combustion engine gives motion to the front pair of the wheels and the whole vehicle moves. Mild hybrid vehicles, they have a small capacity engine that enables and the battery small capacity, and it helps the engine at accelerating, picking up speed. The existent models do not require a lot of additional capital investment. When we talk about serial hybrids, these are modes of transport which are driven with an electric engine, and it functions as an e-vehicle until the charge of the battery suffices. The internal combustion engine performs the function of a generator when the battery runs out. As a rule, between the internal combustion engine and the wheel, there is no mechanical connection. The main objective for that is to charge the battery, plug-in hybrids, EVs. So the principle of PHEVs is very similar to hybrids, and is based on the mutual work of the electric battery and the internal combustion engine. That the major distinction is that the key role to make this torque, it's all about the electric engine, because that's what propels the device. And the internal combustion engine is driven when you press the pedal, even if the capacity of the battery is enough to continue the motion. With the help of this device, plug-in hybrid vehicles have a huge amount of power for the motion, and they have very small consumptions of petrol or gasoline. So the main distinction of them is that they can be charged not only with the internal combustion engines at the points of braking, they can also be charged with the usual power socket at your home or with a special charging device. These PHEVs can also move exceptionally on electric drives. So plug-in hybrids have more powerful engines as opposed to usual hybrids. Their electric engine is of greater capacity and the battery is of greater capacity. So plug-in hybrids, due to the electric engines, make these cars that are also equipped with internal combustion engines of greater power, and they can be applied with greater variety. As of today, there is no generally accepted way to study them in greater detail. For example, Alan Fuss, a doctor of philosophy, and he works at California University. In his paper, he gave the forecast that the transition area, fuzzy area, which is limited by the years 2037 to 2042, divides the whole time into several areas. So the first area is oil area. Next area to follow is when oil deposits get exhausted. And of course, these are very approximate time terms, but anyway, they reflect the general trend of the development of different types of vehicles. In 2037, when the cost of oil products is going to be too high, presumably the number of motor vehicles driven on oil will amount to 1 billion units. According to other forecasts, this number may have been achieved even earlier than that. So all of these conventional or traditional motor vehicles will have to be disposed of or re-equipped in order to be powered with other sources of energy for them to use the resources of their bodywork and transmission in order to enable them to live through their service lives. After the year 2037, presumably oil will be used for the needs of to produce plastics, medication, maybe other services where it's irreplaceable. The world trends in terms of e-vehicle sales testify to the real life scenarios described to you. So the number of e-vehicles have been growing in terms of their production and sales, and they grow annually 3 million units a year. It's impossible. You can't but notice that ever new modes of vehicles are coming to the market with new alternative powered sources of energy. So one of them, it's Toyota Mirai. It's a hydrogen hybrid motor vehicle. So it uses a lot of hydrogen for its battery, for its engine, and one charge is enough for 650 kilometers. Another one, Lightyear 1, sun panel body work covered, and its battery runs this e-vehicle for as long as 725 kilometers. In Ukraine, back in 2021, a record was set in the number of the brand new e-vehicles sold. In September that year, nearly 150 new ones were bought, and 75 second-hand ones were bought. The previous record was set in September the same year. The most popular makes amongst Ukrainian are Nissan Leaf, Hyundai Ioniq. Of the second-hand ones, once again, the leaders are Nissan Leaf. Ranking second and third are Tesla and Renault Zoe. The overall results of performance for e-vehicles, the share is about 21%. So 11.5% are e-vehicles, and the rest are hybrid vehicles. So e-vehicles right now are picking up speed in terms of their popularity, and very soon there is likelihood that they will overtake diesel fuel burning vehicles next year. So it's very likely that this will happen in the last quarter of next year, when internal combustion engine will be just 50% of the market. So the growing popularity of e-vehicles is also exemplified by Hertz company, which has about 12 points of rent in 160 countries, and it has already ordered several 100,000 Tesla cars. So the development of e-vehicles in Ukraine is facilitated by a number of factors. For example, at the legislative level, so there are some duties taken away, and VAT are also reduced, both for the ready-made cars and for the spare parts for their production. To assess the level of exhaust fumes and emissions, CO2 emissions in particular, when we talk about hybrid automobiles, we have to assess all of the stages of its production and compare that against analogous production for diesel fuel or gas fuel motor vehicles. So when we speak about the service life of such vehicles, the average amount of CO2 emissions, starting with all the way from extracting raw materials, processing oil, generating power, production of battery elements, and production of the cars themselves.
During many years, the life cycle of electric vehicles were studied, and their batteries as well. So lots of factors show that these vehicles are much more climate pure than the gasoline. During the whole term of operation, from the production up to disposal. And today, the electric vehicles emit less CO2 during operation than the gasoline cars. So that means the longer electric vehicle is used, the less CO2 will be emitted as compared by the gasoline cars. And it is established that from 10 to 150,000 kilometers range so the depending of the production of electricity, there is the comparative use of CO2. So, so the emission of CO2 depends a lot on the type of production of electricity and the batteries in the countries of production where the emissions are too high during the production in China, in Poland, and Ukraine, where the coal is used at not efficient power station. So the electric vehicles they are not so friendly for environment. But when the production will be more environmentally friendly, the use of electric vehicles will be much more efficient as compared to gasoline engines. So the CO2 emission is about 4 tons when the production is about small vehicles. For big electric vehicles, the emissions increase up to 8 tons of CO2. As for the big gasoline and diesel vehicles, the emissions will go up to 10 tons, and the comparison of vehicles is done everywhere in all countries. In Ukraine, for comparison, we can take US, India, Europe, and China, and Canada. So for changing these kits can be done by owners or at the specialized companies. So we need to take into account certain characteristics. Following the documents, we need to keep the same weight of the vehicle and the weight on axles, the stability of the vehicles, and so for every middle class vehicle, the mass of equipment which is dismantled is about 300, but accordingly the electric equipment will have the same weight. So on this photo we see the photo of a new bus produced in Lutsk with electric drive. The base of this bus is Bogdan A092, and this is the industrial piece which will go for operation during the whole day, and then the first drives showed that the bus will be discharged only by half when it drives 100 kilometers. The world use of electric vehicles and they follow the forecast by philosophers and the people will buy the new electric vehicles on using other types of energy, and lots of gasoline cars should be disposed. Such disposal is not used in Ukraine, so one of the ways to dispose of such cars is to use the frame and the body and to re-equip it with electric driving parts. So that's all. Thank you, Volodymyr, for the very interesting presentation, and it puts for us a very deep and broader questions which we need to discuss. And we need to use it to drive our future, because one of the specimen signs of management is the forecast. So, but one question, if I understood correctly, this is the last quarter in this year when more than 50% of sales in the European Union as internal combustion engine vehicles. So this is the last question according to the forecast. It's the last quarter when the e-vehicles will be growing more than 50%. So we know that the BMW stopped production of internal combustion engines, and the other companies they just stopping this production. And thank you very much for this very good presentation. Let's move on, and now we come back in our agenda to a bit back, saying there will be theoretical study of ways to improve the performance of a modern gasoline engine in full load modes using oxygen-containing gas. The complex presentation by the National Transportation University, Yuriy Gutarievich, head of the Department of Engines and Thermal Techniques, and Doctor of Technical Science, is a professor and honored personality of science and technology of Ukraine, and Mykola Shubayev, also associate professor, and the presenter will be Mykola Gora. He is from engine Scientific and Industrial Laboratory on Engine Environmental Institute of Transport. So, Mykola, are you ready? Yes. Thank you for your for this possibility and this floor given to me. And I present for your attention the topic theoretical study of ways to improve the performance of a modern gasoline engine in full load modes using oxygen-containing gas. Despite the new era of e-vehicles and the replacement of not all but internal combustion engines, which are widely used in our everyday life, but the internal combustion engines, including the gasoline ones, they can have a very broad scope of employment and in our country as well. Why we were interested in the oxygen? Well, we all know that oxygen is used in mixtures to improve the energy performance of the engines. Then we thought how to improve the use of azote in other parameters, environmental and economic. And the theoretical study was performed and used as indicators for the capacity and performance efficiency and the concentration of components. And this theoretical task will go in the following direction: improvement of the gas mixture, improvement of replacement of gasoline, also improvement of mixture with nitrous oxide, replacement of gasoline with nitrous oxide, and also the adjustment of the mixtures when the nitrous oxide is added, and in some questions they cannot be studied theoretically. Normally, the fourth point. And the fifth point, they should be studied only experimentally. The first three can be studied, fourth studied practically. So the modes of study, the modes of the engine, which eliminate the parameters which depend on the mode of settings. So the energy indicators are studied through a formula and indicators of the pressure, where we see PI1 and PI0. So these are different indicators of fuel with increased oxygen containing mixture. So the ratio is established through the formulas as shown on the slide. So the replenishment of the cylinder, the pressure and the temperature of burning. And so accordingly, placing in the formula of pressure indicators the appropriate parameters, as we saw before, we see the parameters which have the same values. So if we reduce them, we will get the previous form of the ratio of energy indicators. But when we add the nitrous oxide, we will see the changes in the density, the volume, but the exhaust valves are closing in the same way. So we see the changes in the replenishment, and we will come to the position 6. At this figure, we see the dependence of the replenishment ratio, depending on the content of air, which we need for further calculation, as we see now. And then, according to the calculations, we will take the data which were received in the previous studies of the chair of thermal equipment in the university. I will use this data now in the theoretical calculations, but now we use this data for previously established data of capacities of engines. At this slide, we see how the influence ratio changes if we compare the energy indicators with with ratio of the air. When the cycle of supply of gasoline is reduced in 8 formula, we see that this ratio is less than 1, so we cannot get the power more without changes of other parameters, without changes of quantity, quality of air. And in the mixture, when we influence the quantity, quality of air, what we get, the additional nitrous oxide when the amount of oxygen is bigger than nitrogen, so the mass of burning air is growing. And accordingly, when we add the nitrous oxide to the charge and to the gasoline, in the previous cycle we see the reduction of the charge, but now we increase the nitrous oxide, and the ratio is growing more than 1, so it shows the positive influence, especially the influence on the energy indicators. And this position shows that energy indicators can be increased by 10% when we modify the mixture, which will work in a more efficient way with different components. And we can add nitrous oxide, and we can change the cycle of changing. So we increase the power, but an environmental indicator will be less. Also, we can see the influence on the energy indicators through the ratio, which is in the formula, and the further calculations they are done through the same calculations of energy indicators, and we can establish and define the ecological factors. So we don't need to see these formulas, not to use more time, as they will be in the guidelines, and if you need to look through, please you will see them there. And the main conclusions is a combination of changes of supply cycle and supply or not supply of nitrous oxide into the charge of air. We can get different indicators for the engine, including increase of power, less consumption of fuel, and better neutralization operation. And the environmental indicators showed that when we add nitrous oxide into the engine with a two-component neutralizer and feedback control, the indicators will improve. But if the engine has no neutralizer, when the nitrous oxide, the environmental indicators will be worsened. And these studies are not new. At the chair of Automobile and Transportation University, they were done and by professor, and there was another engine with a carburetor because it was a three-component neutralizer and control panel. Thank you. That's all from me.
Дякую.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? Can't see any questions. So, dear conference participants, let's move on. Next presentation is updating the concept of modernization of the Universal Measuring Complex BIK1 for conducting road tests of wheeled vehicles. We have 5 presenters, all of them representatives of the State Road Transport Research Institute. Yuriy Babin, Zakhar Zaretsky, Vasyl Momot, Serhii Gorytski. Serhii, please. They work at the laboratory together with our institute. Serhii, please. He's an engineer of the Division of Technical Provision for International Agreements in the area of transport. Who is to speak? I understand Mr. Yuriy Babin will be speaking. Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you for the floor given to me. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Today I would like to bring to your notice the updated concept of modernization of the Universal Measuring Complex, BIK, for conducting road tests of wheeled vehicles, which has been going on for a long time. The need for the testing equipment, regardless of the modification of the vehicle, whether they are e-vehicles or fuel-driven vehicles, they all require different tests. And at the stage of confirming the validity of these tests, a lot of equipment is needed. The laboratory that we are working for has been dealing with that for a long time, trying and testing different vehicles, and we have several developments in this regard. The necessity to continue the work to improve such testing aggregates are to do with several causes and reasons. Nowadays on the market there are very few producers in Ukraine, and in our wartime it's very difficult to represent all of the European producers on the European market, or the Ukrainian markets are inadequate in their production. So the cost of production for such equipment has always been very steep, and it's only growing. And the manifold experience of our laboratory associates has demonstrated the high level of the equipment that has been developed, and it's necessary to say that this testing complex is much lower in price than its analogs. For example, one of the first samples is presented here on the slide. One of the elements, it's the power steering wheel. It costs about 6,000 euros when it is European made, and if it's our production it's 500 euros, so you can see a tenfold distinction. The associates of our laboratory since the 1990s have been dealing with development and testing different kinds of measuring equipment, and we have developed different kinds of equipment for power testing, for the rear, for the front wheels, device for inertial braking systems, for trailer systems, for stands in laboratories, pneumatic braking systems, and numerous other devices, modifying different Ukrainian make and European and foreign make production. Big one is the most updated complex. So the development started back in 1994, the measuring equipment at least, and we still keep working on that. So the stages of development can be broken into 4 stages. At the first stage, they built this as the classic 5th wheel in order to measure the distances after braking without documenting anything. The second stage took place later on when there were special sensors installed and software developed for CDOS systems, and it was possible to print out the results. But the major drawback was that it was only used for braking distances, and at that time the direct participation was with direct participation of Boris Ageyev. And at the third stage, it was necessary to include here different pieces of methodology, modified methodology. We use new sensors, microwave sensors, and develop new software for the operation Windows systems, and applied wireless technologies. So these changes enabled us to expand the nomenclature, whether it means that we can measure external noises, steering can be measured, speed, distance of the route can be measured, and with the help of these sensors, next, this measuring complex was further updated, and we added some GPS technologies to that, which allowed us to use this complex in more complicated climatic conditions and apply it for anti-clamp, anti-blocking systems. As of now, due to the many years of tests, we keep working on the following. We need no new software and hardware. We need wider application of wireless technologies, application of different information via scanning of the interface. We have to apply special toolkit in order to adapt different requirements and expand the accreditation of this laboratory at the expense of new laboratory tests. So this will enable us to expand the functionality of the measuring complex and ensure its application for a wider range of different measures. So once again, it's necessary to identify the necessary measuring properties of this complex. So as we analyze the normative documents, first of all, the UN regulations, which are as of now more than 160. So the major requirements for the measuring complex have been all installed in our measuring complex, and they are as follows: speed, distance, slowing down, pressure, steering, speed of revolution, electronic gates, sound measuring, and other insignificant measurements. The functional version of this complex and its application for many years has proven that we have all of the necessary elements in place. So we have the block for registering the signals, we have the PC with the contemporary software and different sensors like distance sensor, power sensor, torque sensors, trailer sensor. It's possible to register different signals from lateral devices like sound measuring and noise measuring devices. So measurements that has been done by one of the state institutions in Ukraine proved that it complies with the state standards of Ukraine, and also demonstrated that we have double-fold durability in comparison to the required standards. So, for example, when we talk about marginal error, some of them requires just 0.5%, but we receive 0.24% of this marginal error, so it's more accurate. So concerning the intuitive comprehensiveness and easiness of use, we can say that this is really user-friendly, especially in adverse conditions when we have to do that on the road. So we have a full access to the menu. We have special sections to try different modes of tests and the window of tests showing you all of the necessary information and graphics and numbers. And also there are lots of methodological prompts presented. All of the obtained results are presented in digital and graphic modes, and you can also select them with different buttons, each of which is responsible for a specific measurement, as well as it's possible to print out exit protocols. You can also do calibration. You can go for this procedure with the necessary metrological bodies, and there is a special protocol ensuring that the software is aligned with the requirements of the laboratory, but you cannot introduce any changes to this algorithm, the methodology, or any normative and legal acts regulate that. On this slide, you can see an illustration when this measurement complex was applied to different devices. Just because it's so compact and easy to connect, it can be applied to all categories of vehicles, from a scooter to a heavy-duty vehicle. Nowadays, we have implemented all of the core tasks that laboratories are faced with in line with all of the normative acts. So it processes information that we receive from external devices, and the information is passed via the respective interfaces. So this has been done to the 60%, and we have functional blocks such as measuring sensors, functional modules that transform the signals from sensors into information, double monitor for the driver, non-standard devices which are necessary for the calibration of the complex. So the compliance is to 90%, and the software allows us to do all of the tests, once again in line with all of the requirements of the EU regulations. And you can also print out the documents, all of the inputs and output signals of the functional blocks are unified, uniform, and the requirements for the work of the software are presented also as addendums to the general protocol, and we think that this work has been done to 100%. And we have also used a lot of wireless technology, but for the torque sensor and the steering control, which is only 30% of everything that the complex can demonstrate. So you can see some other things that this complex requires fine-tuning. And after analyzing all of the needs, there are still some problems and issues remaining, because there are some still outdated elements, obsolete drivers, because it works with 2-bit operation systems, and an insufficient number of inlet ports in order to expand the functionality of this complex. It's impossible to use it with sensor interface. It's impossible to apply different operation systems for software. The majority of transportation vehicles quite sometimes are not compatible with that, and without involving external specialists, we cannot introduce some of the changes and amendments. From our perspective, the new concept of modernization for the measuring complex must include having the construction kit that will be working and building on the developments achieved so far, and its possibility to adapt to different kinds of normative acts and new forms of tests and trials based on the parameters that the complex measures, a wider application of wireless technologies, being able to pass on information, a multi-systemic approach when developing new software, being adaptive to different sizes and different operation systems, a greater number of ports, wireless interface sensors, and being able also to scan it with different devices. In order to solve some of these challenges, we have to build this construction kit of tests and trials in order to formulate the list of different measures, to select measuring parameters, values of these parameters, shape the list of the outputs necessary to conducting trials, and shaping the protocols. In the follow-up slides, you will see the further windows which are being developed. So the window menu means that you will have to be able to create programs, select the program from the library, review the previous laboratory tests and different calibrations. As far as I understand, you still have a lot. Just a couple of minutes. It's an air raid announce. Would you kindly do it very quickly? At this stage, the major concept has already been developed, which builds on the previous develops. We already have some elements of the windows that enable us to simplify to work in working conditions in an easier. You can also feed the different parameters necessary for measurements. We have also finalized the list of the parameters needed, the stages of processing, the necessary stages, some that require generalization, polynomials, processing signals. One of the major elements is the testing window, which once again can focus and zoom in on the elements that you require, discarding the elements not needed at the time of tests. You can also have the list of all of the inputs and the requirements for a particular mode of transport, and different hints are provided at this stage. And the outputs of the measurements is also given so that we can see the results of the road tests in the conditions of testing on the road immediately reflected on the screen. The interim results of these tests concerning the onboard measuring complex are as follows. We have conducted a study concerning the construction kit. We have identified the main elements of that in order to significantly extend the life cycle of this complex. We have developed the major windows, given all of the necessary requirements that may be necessary in the future, and based on the results of the study, we have created the terms of work, that is the upgrading some of the elements of that with the new requirements. Thank you all for your attention. I hope that after this air raid, I will be able to answer all of your questions. Yes. Thank you, dear participants, dear colleagues. Let's take a break for the sake of this air raid. We will resume our work after the air raid is over. So just one report is still remains, but we will catch up with that after the air raid is over.
today's work together with you. So let's wait until 2.
Ще раз доброго дня, шановні учасники.
Once again, good afternoon, dear participants. So we have 2:05, and I hope that everyone have reached their offices. And so, if you permit, I will propose to continue with our conference. I will announce the program for today. So we have the 3 presentations from the first and second day of the conference, including from our foreign colleagues. So I propose now we will consider the section of energy and environmental protection of the transporter. Mr. Zakrevsky will start with a very interesting presentation. Then we'll wait for our colleague from English company Sydney Group and our colleagues from Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University and main directorate of State Emergency Service for Environmental Safety. And then we will finish this section according to the plan, and then we will have the presentation which Roman Symonenko could not present. Presentation 31 from yesterday about the activities of UN transport, and then we will see the section on the standardization and in improvement of qualification of specialists in the field of automobile transportation. So if no proposals, I will give the floor to Ivan Zakrevsky. Alexander was working in environmental efficiency and energy safety of the transport. He's a chief inspector for environmental protection in scientific laboratory of industrial energy and ecology of the transport. He studied in a very prestigious university in the US, and I know that the senior scientific worker position is very high name in the whole world, and it's like a name of the company. So please present Alexander. Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. So we hear you. I tried to download. So let's focus on philosophical and social issues of ecological safety and energy safety, which are very relevant for today's situation in our country. So energy safety and in Ukraine, how is this considered in Ukraine? So it's stable supply with resources for providing according to the needs of people with reduced technogenic pressure on the environment, and environmental security is the use of natural resources in an optimum way, and reduction of man-made influence on the nature. So today we can see that the energy and environmental security, they interchange, and so we can say it's ecological environmental safety altogether, because Ukraine depends on energy resources and their supplies on oil and crude oil and oil products, which the main role in the transportation complex and industry, and the transport industry depends on the important products and the raw materials. We know how it is difficult to import. So the importance of this issue is about the hazardous influence on environment, and this influence has not only local importance, but an even global importance, and if vice versa. So the global changes in the environment, they influence the transport infrastructure and the transport industry itself. So I would say that during the war, the Russian terrorists, they destroyed the dam on the Kakhovska hydraulic power plant. So it's better for energy, but just let's remember how was the disaster at Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It was the influence on the environment for many decades, if not for centuries. But what would happen to the nature? When we remember the leakages out of Chernobyl power plant area into Pripyat River, into Kiev water reservoir, and then on the Dnieper, and then we don't know if it came up to Kakhovska water reservoir. So there are some suspicions that on the bottom of Dnieper River, in the sediments, what the Russian terrorists did in many years through wind erosion, from water erosion. Those are these elements which are under the upper layer, and they can come to the surface and can be spread around Ukraine and even have impact on the Russians, and it's very well known that radioactive background raised in even Sweden, and pesticides were found in Antarctica, in Antarctica. Nothing to say that nobody uses pesticides in Antarctica. So what can we say about the man-made influence on the environment during the war? So some people don't think about the consequences, but their own targets, which they're not clear to civilize the world. So that's how I tried to remind you about the knowledge of environmental security, which is treated in Ukraine in scientific literature and in legislation on one hand, but in the foreign literature, this notion is considered a broad, in a broader sense, not environmental and energy safety, but security as well. So all the interest of all social groups, stakeholders in English, they are taken into account as the interests and the rights of these people. So, for example, if we supply energy resources for road transport, how many people are involved in production and supply of gasoline, fuel? Maybe dozens of thousands of people who distribute inside Ukraine, for example, 100,000 people. But how many people use this fuel in businesses and in private cars? Millions of people, several millions of people. And how many people are under influence of environmental pollution, because we have the car fleet is very old. So that is what we can understand as energy and environmental security, not only how it influences the environmental, but the people as well, how it violates their interests, and the interests are not something very commercial, but this is what the people need to have something for living, to have something in the economy, to continue. And one more example to understand the energy and environmental security, which we speak today about. So how many groups of people are involved in energy supply of road transport in Ukraine? And our honorable scientists which promote the technologies which reduce noise of power units and the vehicles, but how the people live? They are not supplied with big salaries by the government, but scientists should implement their potential, and they forced to speak about their achievements in on open air. But open air can be listened by the enemy, who can take their achievements and use for himself. So this is the element of energy and environmental security. How it is treated, the environmental and energy security in our legislation? First of all, the law on environmental security, because in the transportation it's one of the elements of national security. I will not stop too much on this. This law was developed for a long time before the war, before the years 2000. Lots of things were included there, but not all the people understood the dangers. Then there was this strategy of national energy security adopted, and so we had the list of products, which was very broad, and it was amended, but not sometimes very precise. So even people now say that we need to develop a separate environmental security document, and these documents were already developed before the big war. And in these documents, there is a definition. What are the products for energy security, which kinds of fuel, and of course our energy complex is very inefficient. In this strategy, what is positive? There is the climate change mentioned, and its influence on energy, on environment sectors, and what are the dangers? Additional danger for operational supply of energy resources, because the systems were planned and designed previously under other conditions. So there are risks of cancellation of supplies, as we saw last year. Also, on the other hand, the strategy of ecological security and adaptation to climate change, what we see there, the use of natural resources, we also related to chemical security and, of course, climate change. So here in detail, it's possible to see what the climate change brings to. So the temperatures are rising during summer, the storms and the winds become stronger, and what influences our transport system, energy structure of the system, first of all, and operation of the transport as well. So there is a strategy which is the basis for national security and strategy of energy security and environmental security. What do they see as the most realistic? when the financial economic resources are limited. So the first of all, the energy saving and the energy efficiency, also diversification of supply sources. So energy efficiency, when it is the most achievable, first of all, without too big capital expenses. It's just organization of transport industry and the behavior of regular drivers. On the other hand, the issue of diversification of energy supply, of course, it is not so easy, but it can be solved in an easier way. If we provide for engines the mixtures of bioethanol and biodiesel fuel, this is the way which is very easy in the sense of financial resources, which can help us to solve the problem, and we should not forget that this solution of the problem can bring to ecological danger if we use bioethanol more than 20%. So it can lead to the risks in some, because the emissions can be more than it is prescribed by legislation. Such emissions as aldehyde and such emissions, they create metatoxicants and cancerogenic substances. And that is because our car fleet is very old, and these are the vehicles with all the system of adjustment, not as in modern way you can adjust everything, but the old ones, they can create a big environmental danger, of course. And we can look at the conflict of energy and environmental interests in urban areas. When I saw last winter in Lviv, where there were transfers from positive to negative temperatures, the contact lines were covered with ice, and the trolleybus drivers, they were coming with normal cars, and they were shaking off the ice from the lines, from the conductors, and the transport was not working for 1 or 2 days. But if we propose to shift to electric buses and transport, we will not see such situation when the public transportation is stopped. So the idea is we should come to internal combustion engine buses, which will use as alternative fuels, for example, ethanol or gas. First of all, what would say as an example from foreign countries? So such associations, for example, as European Business Association, they were saying, please come to limitations, drop all limitations, because business will regulate everything. But I will not agree, because in the United States during the Great Depression, what President Roosevelt, he introduced the New Deal economic approach, where the company took into its hands bigger companies, bigger power plants, and there was the administration of Tennessee River Valley.
They had huge dams, power plants, stations for irrigation, and it still continues until now. And they keep telling to us about privatization, deregulation, but during martial law, I think that the governmental role has to be intensified, and the government has to assume control of that, at least for the short interim of time. Of course, it shouldn't contradict the principles of European community, because we are trying to integrate with that, and we understand all of the requirements that market economy needs to be operational. But let's have a look at how it's happening in Europe. They also have very strong, powerful governmental regulation. In France, Italy, Germany, they also have a big share of state-owned enterprises. Nuclear power plants are all in the hands of the state in France. If we take Germany, for example, which is the driver of the European economy, free or tertiary education is free of charge there. This is a socialist principle in effect. So we mustn't just shout mottos like privatization will come and handle it all, that state-owned enterprises are inefficient. Everything can be made efficient. State-owned enterprises inclusive. If there are clever managers at the helm of them, then state-owned enterprises will be working no less efficiently than the private ones. One of the specific proposals to make under martial law in our country, we have to reconsider a lot of things, whether everything has to be put into private hands. Probably energy facilities, transformation facilities must remain in the hands of the government, which is to regulate all of these facilities very stiffly and rigidly. And one of the most important factors for energy efficiency is energy efficiency with reference to transportation, motor vehicles in particular. So this has to remain one of the most efficient areas of work. We're talking here about rationing of fuel supplies. This is briefly from me. Some of the approaches that I wanted to articulate concerning the necessary institutional changes and clever approaches, smart approaches that we should undertake with reference to the international proposals. But we need to think it best for ourselves, what's suitable, what doesn't suit us. And in the future, as we gain our victory, of course, then we'll have to provide for greater deregulation and privatization, if that should come in handy, in order to address all of these issues. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry if I'm taking up a bit more time than planned. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander, for your presentation. And I would like to ask if Simon Corrigan from the UK is online with us. Can you see him online?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Тоді я з вашого дозволу у Саймона.
Then, with your permission, just because Simon is very much busy with all of his business trips, and he has only been able to get in touch with us, although originally our time was 13:40. It's instrumental provision for security, environmental security in cases of emergencies. Everything that refers to regulation of different kinds of emissions. This is the topic of his presentation. So with your permission, I would like to give him the floor. Simon Corrigan, who's a representative of a UK company, Signal Group, which specializes in tools and instruments to identify pollutants and toxic substances in the atmosphere. And of course, they work with different kinds of emissions. So Simon Corrigan, the floor is yours.
Yes.
Simon, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Simon? Simon, can you hear us? Simon, can you hear your interpreter speaking?
And Signal. Yeah, we just thought we'd give you a quick overview of who we are and what we do, and then if you've got any questions, then please feel free to butt in. Unfortunately, I don't have a webcam here, so you'll just have to imagine what I look like. So just a quick overview. So Signal is a manufacturer of gas analyzers and gas analytical equipment. And as you can see in the picture, this is my colleague James. Our products are used for measuring VOCs for vehicles and emissions monitoring, which is probably your particular area of interest in this this particular presentation. And a number of other areas as well, sort of impurities in gas, catalyst efficiencies, and boilers. We've been around for over 40 years. And we're a privately owned company. All the products are designed and manufactured here in the UK. We have a number of different techniques to measure the various gases. So for hydrocarbons, we use flame ionization detectors, or FIDs. This is probably what we're best known for. We offer a number of different analyzers, both static and portable. We have chemiluminescence detectors for NOx, NO, NO2, NDIRs for a variety of other gases, paramagnetic for oxygen, and TDLS for ammonia. These are our visions, our missions, and our values. So we aim to deliver the best possible product that is going to make sure that you get the most accurate information from your experiments and from your analyzers. As well as gas analyzers, we have a number of other equipment. So we can auxiliary equipment for sample conditioning, for testing, for calibration. We also build systems, so everything that contains a number of the analyzers. So you can have FIDs for the NOx analyzers, etc. So it'd be a big system, which I believe we've already quoted for INSAT. They requested a quote, and we provided one. And we have service support. Applications, so predominantly it's automotive, combustion, process emission. We do a lot with research, a lot with universities, and pretty much anyone that's looking to monitor any sort of emissions. With this particular picture, you can see it's at the Sheffield University. It's monitoring a jet engine that they're looking to use various fuels in. So our new platform is the S4 Series 4. It's a shared platform that is across all of the analyzers. You can have it with a removable tablet or as a blank plate. They all work together, so it's a coherent and integrated solution. And all the analyzers are you're able to remotely access them using our supplied software. So you get very detailed and granular information. So a bit more detail, the analyzers. So the S4 solar, the heated FID for VOCs, methane, non-methane hydrocarbons. Quasar for NOx, pulsar, a number of different gases. At the moment, we're getting a lot of interest in CO, CO2, and methane for greenhouse gases. So O2 for the Aurora, and Nebula for the ammonia. And we have two portable FIDs. So one is they're both easily transportable, ideal for stack testing, for discontinuous use. And auxiliary equipment. So we have heated lines, various sample handling, cooler, dryers, pumps, cutters. We also have converters, a zero air generator, so generating pure air, a gas divider. So if you're looking to have various gas concentrations rather than having to buy bottled gas, you can use the gas divider, and a NOx gen to check the efficiency of the quasar. And just to go through some previous projects, so probably most pertinent for this particular application is going to be the MNOx one. So we do a lot of racks for engine testing, for catalysts. So I know there was an interest in Euro 7, so this would be the setup you'd be using to monitor the various concentrations of gas. And also we've done some work with NASA, so they've used that to test the efficiency of their rocket motors. And here's a list of some of our customers. It's wide and varied, everyone from sort of engine manufacturers, catalyst manufacturers, universities, process, etc. So that's Signal. Yeah. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Simon, for your very product you can propose for us. Шановні учасники,
Dear participants, because Simon has a very busy schedule to follow, and I'm afraid he is not going to be able to answer your questions during the discussion panel. So do you have any questions to ask him about the measuring devices that he has just demonstrated concerning emission factors, etc., to control emissions, control gas compositions? There are no questions as far as I understand.
More than welcome to drop me any questions. All the product information is available on the website. If there's any particular projects we can help with, then yes, by all means, ping us some information. We do have distributors based in Ukraine, so I can certainly share their information with you as well.
Дякую дуже, Саймоне.
Thank you very much, Simon. I would just like to ask one question on behalf of all of the participants. Otherwise, we will be forwarding other more detailed questions to you by email. My question is as follows. What is your assessment of the prospects to implement other new regulated components in emissions of car engines? And what are some of the promising changes to identify such changes in the equipment that will become necessary for different testing centers and laboratories worldwide? Have you heard the question, Simon?
I didn't hear anything. No.
Oh, we are sorry. Our question is related to future. What can be vision regarding what number of additional components we will measure in future, and what measurement methodology can be, and what set of instruments, new instruments, the market will need to test vehicles and its internal combustion engines regarding future emission standards.
Okay. So some of the new, or some of the gases that we are bringing on board, hydrogen will be added to the pulsar range. We've got a couple of pulsar units out there that are using hydrogen. in terms of, sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question. Is it?
Okay, it's really not easy. It's really not easy to forecast. Yes. So thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And
No problem.
our laboratories will touch you via email. There are a lot of questions regarding what is the correct way we will proceed in nearest future. Thank you very much again for your participation. I wish you a good day, and I'd like to continue our program of the conference. You can stay with us if you want, and to participate in discussion panel in the end of this day. Thank you very much again.
Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and I hope everyone stays safe and have a good Christmas.
And for you also, a good Christmas.
Thank you.
Шановні учасники,
Dear participants, we are expecting the next presentation that was also skipped on the first day. Simon was to speak at number 31 during the plenary session, but number 1 related to more general things. It was environmental security in emergency situations of technogenic character, which are to do with attacks dealt on Ukraine. So I would like to ask whether or not we have Volodymyr Gorbikov online with us. Yes, I'm here. Are you ready to make your presentation? Yes, I am. Thank you very much indeed. We are highly interested, keenly interested to hear your presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me bring to your notice my presentation. Would you kindly share it on the screen? A couple of seconds to wait. Hello again, dear colleagues. Let me present to you the topic, environmental effects of road traffic accidents. So one of this is my work. I'm Volodymyr Gorbikov, and my co-author is Ganna Zhelnovach, who is assistant professor. And all of this is the inception stage when we develop different programs to facilitate the work of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. And the purpose of our work was to identify the sources and identifying the impacts affected on the environment when different traffic accidents take place, and how those effects can be eliminated, developing different activities to mitigate their destructive impacts and to raise the level of environmental security in the automotive sector. And next slide, please. Traffic accidents. These are events that take place when vehicles on movement were injured, people become casualties of that, lots of losses are incurred. There are different kinds of road and traffic accidents, and here you can see most common ones. So you had head-on, lateral, side, overturn, and just different kinds of hitting objects. Accidents. So you can see some statistics concerning the road accidents in Ukraine, the number of people who become casualties, get injured or die. This is the statistics over the last half of the year. So you can see 18,628 road accidents took place during this year. And more than 2,000 people died during this year. On average, a day, 51 road accidents take place, 8 people die, 63 people get injured. So this is not very significant statistics. Starting with 2008 through 2020, the statistics were very bad indeed. About more than 200,000 accidents would take place in Ukraine. More than 3,500 people would die in Ukraine. Over 35,000 people were injured over that period of time. Next slide, please. Starting with 2015, I have been traveling a lot abroad for different trainings. Different companies run these training courses. There are very big companies providing assistance to us with reference to different kinds of equipment. It's Weber, Lucas companies, Hymatra. And as part of the Ukrainian delegation, we go outside on such rescue days where, together with our counterparts from Germany, Poland, and the Czech Republic, we conduct joint training sessions, different kinds of exercises concerning how to eliminate consequences of different road accidents, how to give first aid, how to block the casualties. And during such training courses, I got familiar with a lot of our counterparts, and I worked with them very successfully. And I learned from them that a great deal of attention there is attached to environmental security.
They always dispose of and what we do during the trainings, and we dismantle, and then the companies, the manufacturers, they dispose of all materials. They are very sorry about spilling of materials, electrolytes, and fuels. So whatever is spilled during the trainings, it is gathered and put in the special containers. And also Mercedes, Audi, and Renault, they provided us new cars for studies, and then we did the analysis, not only technical, how to improve the safety of the driver, how to reduce the weight of the vehicle, but how to use, which materials to use so that the vehicle would not influence the environment very much. So that is why I took the decision to continue my education, my professional education, and start research, scientific research in the improvement of environmental system in the units of state emergency service during their work on the roads. So in fifth slide, it was we can say that accidents they the impact on the environment, and slide 5 we could show the influence on the environment. So, for example, spill of liquids, cleaning liquids, fuels, electrolytes, also. All of these spills they can go into water and to the soil, and physical pollution can be thermal, and because of burning, because the soils can be damaged by fires, and the roads can be polluted with broken glass and plastics, and processes which influence the environment, the spill and the burning of fuels, burning of gases, and damage to roads, buildings, and structures. The cars are running out of the road, they can damage the soil and the plants growing on the side of the road. And following the analysis of scientific literature, we found that the researchers pay a lot of attention to the influence which is direct, but neglecting the indirect influence and the growth of such influence. So we pointed out the indirect influence on environment due to accident, and how the roads are damaged by vehicles during the accidents, and how the environment is influenced when the accidents are eliminated. The heavy machinery is working, the foams and the fuels of extinguishers, and also restoration of roads, buildings, and structures. So the heavy machinery is working. The fuel is used in excessive way. Also, then it brings to disposal of vehicles at specialized companies. And one also I would like to speak about special cases of accidents provoked by the e-vehicles. So it's a difficult point, and even sponsors cannot provide us electric vehicles just as sponsored because they are too expensive. The accident with accumulator battery, it's another type of accident. So the batteries are growing now. So before on Porsche it was 800 watts. Now it is increased up to 1,600 watts. So lithium-ion batteries, they can bring to very big damage to environment, and it is damaged very often. So in our Ukrainian reality, we studied when the short circuit in the battery starts, the battery starts to be inflamed. And I had even an article, the technological research that the accumulator battery can start burning for 6 days, and big amount of water is required because the burning is ongoing, and you cannot extinguish such batteries with anything. So our Czech colleagues, they use a container for extinguishing the fire of such cars. There is a container with water which comes, and they immerse the car in such container, but the battery continues to working, to burning. So of course we don't have this in Ukraine, and extinguishing a fire of such a car can continue for 3-4 hours, but then evacuation car is coming, and the burning continues. So we established and we analyzed the environmental consequences of such accidents, and we plan to develop such mechanisms to use this knowledge in the units of state-managed services. Thank you, Volodymyr, for this very thorough approach, so multifaceted problem, and your very comprehensive approach to such work. Thank you very much. It was impressive, and I understand there is a question. No, I don't hear the question. Sorry, Volodymyr. It is there is the established order to provide the instructions for vehicles which were immersed in water or burnt out. So, you know, since 2019, we encountered such a situation, and we teach our personnel to act in such cases, but we saw from the practice we have too many self-made mechanics in the country, and when the cars and vehicles enter Ukraine, do you hear? Everyone hears, but Valentyn has the problem with the sound. Sorry for a request. Can you send to the organizers of the conference this procedure, and maybe you have the email? Thank you. Thank you. We will contact you separately. Thank you. I would like to finish. So these self-made mechanics, they work in these situations. And they modify the vehicles in this way that the security is absent at all. When we tried to show to foreign colleagues these presentations, and finally we opened the hood, and we wanted to see the fuses. There were no fuses. Everything was changed, and the foreign manufacturers they don't contact our service. We don't have at all the contact with foreign manufacturers. And good afternoon. One question about the container where they immerse the burning vehicle. How do they put it there? With a crane? Yes, with a crane. But how do they hook it because it is burning? So when it is burning, because the battery is below the vehicle, it is not as a flame on a car. So the emergency staff are there. They can cool the vehicle. They raise it with a manipulator and put into the container. So we made the tests. So when we put this. When we extinguish this fire, the staff can go to participate in other activities. So they put it a manipulator crane into such container. So do we have any more questions? No. So we can continue with the discussion panel because the questions are quite not simple about EVs. So I give the floor the next presenter, Zoya Degtyar, Head of Division of Legislative Provision for International Agreements in the area of transport, State Enterprise, State Road Transport Research Institute. Good afternoon, colleagues. Do you hear me? We hear you well, and we see your presentation. So, perfect. So I propose to listen to the presentation is Euro C7 main provisions and steps to implementation. It's just to know which are the measures which European community is planning to introduce to reduce the influence on environment. So, on November 10th, last year, European Commission published the regulation of European Parliament and Council number 587. It's about approval of types of vehicles and engines, motors, and emissions. And so according to this regulations, they plan to cancel two regulations of 2007-2009, which were about approval of vehicles and light vehicles and also heavy weight vehicles and buses. So this is the draft is to achieve the ambitions of European Green Deal about zero pollution and at the same time to let the vehicles be competitive and accessible for consumers and to support European market of vehicles. So it was on the it was not on the bare spot where this regulation came out. It was the continuation of a strategies concept of European Union, which were aimed at the protection of an environment. So you see them here. The most popular, which is heard by everyone. So this is the European Green Deal accepted in 2019, and the European Green Deal is a strategy of sustainable development aimed at the creation of developed economic society with modern, resource efficient and a competitive economy, which will provide the zero emission of greenhouse gases, which should ensure the economy of the region without using of resources, and will have promote that every citizen of the region would have the sustainable development. So the Euro C7 project and this concept, when we were speaking about the grounds of these documents, the reference were to very bright and tragic statistic data, which were contained in every document, that speaks about environmental measures and refers to these researchers. So these are the research of 2020 of European Agency of Environment, according to which in 2017 the road transport was the main producer of nitrate oxide was produced, and the pollution of air with nitrate oxide and created and provoked about 70,000 deaths in the European Union out of 300,000 deaths through air pollution. When we were saying that emissions into the air influence the environment, these abstract sentences did not have such impact, but when it was proven that it brought to 300,000 deaths, the people started to think seriously, because nobody would like to see themselves or their relatives as an illustration of this data. So
this research has encouraged a lot of officials who are empowered to take different means and measures to undertake more active actions, and the whole society in Europe were forced to require more action on behalf of these officials. Therefore, the strategy was approved. Now, if we get back to our draft regulation for Euro 7, the European Commission, in this case, acted on the standard legal procedure in place. That is to say, at first, they carried out an impact assessment of the whole situation, of the situation on all areas of life within the society at large. For starters, as a result of analyzing and assessing the current environmental regulations Euro 6, they identified some of the major problems relevant for cars and the segment of lorries or trucks that restricted their efficiency. Amongst those, the core problems, I mean, is the high complication of standards concerning emissions, outdated benchmarks for emissions, and insufficient control over the real emissions of motor vehicles. So let's look at those in greater detail. The complication of the standards concerning the emissions of motor vehicles. In the first place, we have this Euro 6 standard, which works separately for petrol engines and diesel engines. Different dates of applying and the cycles to apply them for cars and trucks, multifaceted laboratory tests. Regulation Euro 6 was based on the legal framework of the predecessors, and it also added some new requirements on top of the pre-existing ones, but there were always references made to the international harmonization procedures of testing elaborated in the UN, or they would always repeal the outdated ones. As a result, the implementation of Euro 6 standards covers more than 1,300 pages that regulate administrative procedures, laboratory tests, road tests, and the procedure for the type approval. These obsolete or outdated limits or benchmarks for the pollutants emitted by different motor vehicles. The thing is that the standards, the restrictions established by the standards adopted some 15 years ago, while the assessments were taken into account a long time ago, but a lot has changed since then. There is no motivation with the producers, though, to comply with all of those, because eventually all of this results in higher pricing, price tags slapped on their products. So this is a demotivation factor. Another drawback to mention concerning the limits applied lies in the fact that application of some substances as during the useful life of engines results in some other contaminants which are even more aggressive than those which are regulated by Euro 6 standards. For example, ammonium, formaldehyde, and any other substances which are once again not regulated by the existing standards. and a lack of control and oversight over the realistic emissions by motor vehicles. It pertains to the fact that the requirements to the life of motor vehicles, they are much higher than the actual useful life of these vehicles. And once again, they only do measurements during the 5 established years. And once again, these emissions are not controlled over the useful period of life of these devices in a proper way. So all of these factors and issues at stake resulted in drawing a conclusion that Euro 6 standards were insufficiently promoting emission reduction and pollutants caused by automotive transport, which leads to, in return, to negative impact on the environment and population health, and of course poses threat to the single market, because lots of different bans are implemented on transportation to be allowed in various urban, tourist areas and zones of heightened environmental protection. Areas of industrial production in Europe is also touched upon because the Asian and American markets offer more advanced environmental transportation devices and more environmentally friendly. And the pricing policy is such that the European vehicles are beginning to lose to them. And of course, this results in the loss of credibility on behalf of customers in European standards and overall automotive transport. This loss of credit is to do with shorter life and durability of these devices. When you are choosing a particular car, whether it be EV or internal combustion engine driven car, the consumer immediately thinks about the battery life, how long it is. And then when you have to replace batteries, what will happen in that case? And if I have to recharge my device, are there enough charging stations in my vicinity? So this all once again results in consumers wishing to still drive conventional cars. Concerning the procedure, the expert group of the European Commission, with a view to eliminating all of these issues and shortcomings, had to assess and evaluate several different options of the policies targeting the green and digital transformation. And each of these sets of policies had various kinds of combinations and levels of ambition in order to address these problems. Each of these policy options had to be assessed according to the indicators of economic consequence, environmental effects, and social impact exerted. And as a result of this impact assessment, an average ambitious project was opted for that includes policies for simplification of policies to be procedures of approving the type, technologies, neutral limitations in favor of increasing the life of different devices and units within the systems, implementing continuous monitoring of emissions with the help of accessible sensors for all types of motor vehicles. So what have we gained in the end? What are the main provisions of the draft regulation Euro 7 in question? When we're talking about the gases generated by internal combustion engines, regardless of the type of the vehicle, these are some of the very neutral requirements for the category of small motor vehicles. They have normalized the emission of an mono oxide of nitrogen, monoxide of carbon, non-methane organic gases, methane, ammonium, N2Os, formaldehydes, in milligrams per kilometer of testing runs. So talking about nitrogen, they speak once again about monoxides of nitrogen and non-methane organic gases, methane, ammonium, nitrogen oxide, and formaldehyde, once again in millimeters per kilometer of test runs. For transportation vehicles burning gasoline, they normalize the evaporation of gasoline during a particular period of time per every fuel tank. For the first time in Europe, not in Ukraine, they're trying to normalize emissions of solid particles, which are generated by braking units, and partially solid particles caused by the tear and wear of tires. Some of these have been already normalized and regulated, but all of the procedures haven't been approved finally yet. Therefore, we cannot speak about this specifically. They have also claimed about partially normalized productivity of the battery life in percentages for new batteries, depending on the term of exploitation. And to normalize that, they say that the period should cover up to 5 years or 100,000 kilometers of the run, from 5 to 8 years, from 100,000 to 160 kilometers of the run. So this is the proposal issued by the position, plus an additional term of employment. They have also expanded the range of exploitation terms and conditions in terms of temperature. Some of the test and trial cycles have probed into that, depending on the geography. Atmospheric pressure, depending on where we're looking at which locale, whether it's up in the mountains, near the sea. So different coefficients are included when we speak about the particular rate of emissions. There are also different things concerning how long these services will have to operate, and different requirements concerning the terms and conditions, how these tests are supposed to take in requirement to the volume of these procedures with reference to different modules for the approval, which relate to the manufacturers, the bodies of approval, and the market oversight agencies. A mandatory component or mandatory components to be observed. So we're talking on-board diagnostic systems, OBDs, so which is a must right now. On-board monitoring systems that collect, save, and carry the information about whether some detected elements have been exceeded. Also on-board device of monitoring concerning the energy or fuel consumption. Indicators of relative efficiency of the battery and the emission, and the system controlling the emissions amounts. System informing the driver about the composition of emissions, and the devices that enable wireless transmission of this data, which has been generated by the motor vehicle. And all of this data is to be later used, whether it complies with the requirements of the regulation, how frequently the monitoring is taken, and for the sharing of the information with the road information infrastructure concerning the system of geo zoning. For example, if a vehicle, a hybrid vehicle, enters the area where there is enhanced environmental control and oversight in place, it immediately has to change for the electric power-driven mode, etc. A great deal of attention in the new draft of the standard is given to prohibition, putting bans on the activities or measures that will interfere with the working of the different kinds of units, like fuel injection, reagents, the systems that control the engine's work, batteries operation, and the system that controls contamination levels. Because most of the time, people, this is the most popular unit, the last one, where we can see people wanting to eliminate some of these controls. The producer is supposed to provide this ecological passport of the EV, and this passport is supposed to carry all of the data with reference to emissions and gases that this vehicle may generate, and all of this data has to be accessible, to be reflected within electronic systems, and also have to be transmitted via wireless channels. So this has to be ensured on the basis of the regulation number 155 of UN concerning cybersecurity of motor vehicles, transportation vehicles. We have said that not all of the procedures have been finalized yet. The European Commission is to approve the respective procedures of verification by way of approving implementation acts. The European Commission has proposed that the requirements of this regulation should come into force on the 1st of July 2025 for small-sized vehicles, and since the 1st of July 2027 for heavy-duty vehicles. Regarding these deadlines, once again, they have been corrected by the European Parliament and made more democratic. Now let's dwell on this side at length. This infographics of the distinction between Euro 6 and Euro 7. There used to be two separate documents. For light and heavy duty vehicles, their durability was 100 kilometers or 5 years of run, whereas for Euro 7, they normalize and regulate exhaust gas limits, contaminants which are generated directly by the engine, and here they have merged light and heavy duty vehicles in one document. They have also instituted additional regulated pollutants section, as well as made much wider boundaries for the tests for the pollutants, contaminants, which are not to do directly with the work of the engine and its emission system, or non-exhaust gases. They test evaporative emission limits of the vehicle, brake particle and tire abrasion targets are also set. Likewise, they have also extended the boundaries for testing cycles. That everything has been brought closer to the reality, plus others such as onboard monitoring, battery durability. Procedural changes have changed for tests and trials. Durability is required to be 200,000 kilometers, or 10 years for light-duty vehicles, as well as 375,000, all the way to 875,000 kilometers for heavy-duty vehicles. The Committee on the Environmental Protection under the European Parliament has considered this draft and recommended it to be augmented by way of looking into the types of tires, their abrasion requirements, concerning the motor vehicle environmental passport, which is supposed to also additionally include information about petrol consumption, emissions, results of frequently conducted environmental tests, and whether this vehicle is durable enough to continue to be used, and other points of information concerning emissions and gases.
So the emissions of particles from tires should be coordinated with UN standards and cover all transport vehicles, including EVs. So the requirements for environmental characteristics were increased, and the term for introduction is 2 years after all primary and secondary legislation would be approved, and in 4 years for trucks. And on the 9th of November this year, the draft regulation with amendments from the committee and was adopted by European Parliament in first hearing, and was returned to the committee for continuation according to the normal legislatory procedure. So we wait for further steps to approve this regulation. And for conclusions, the draft standard provides for elimination of problems and drawbacks which were in Euro 6 standards. The substantial reduction of pollution by vehicles would be is expected, which will permit to get the ambitions about pollution of air by road transport, and this transport needs further researches and for the risks of introduction and its influence on Ukrainian environment. After Ukraine is getting full membership in EU, this legislation will be compulsory for Ukraine, and we need to evaluate the risks and possibilities of its effect in Ukraine. Thank you, Zoya. Do we have questions to Zoya from our participants? We don't have questions, so we will put discussion of this topic on the discussion panel, and I would like only to ask that besides interesting analysis that Zoya was doing for public, our institute is not dealing with this issue not only in theory but in practice. The institute has the possibility to test the vehicles according to European standard, not in full, but in the most interesting element. And I would like to draw your attention with that following all the drawbacks of introduction of the standards. So the norms, they do not solve the problem in general. So in 2021, we proposed a new approach to regulate this issue, and your humble servant presented it in the European Commission. And of course, now we don't have time for these standards, but the work is going on. The issue of unique access to infrastructure is developed in Ukraine. I would like to point out that in the guide of the previous year, there were the very short explanation of conceptual approach to regulation, and you can receive in the organizing committee if somebody did not receive these the guidelines of the conference. And now I give the floor to Zenoviy, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor, Head of the Department of Chemistry and Technology in Inorganic Substances, National University, Lviv Polytechnic. Please, Zenoviy. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So I will start speaking. Unfortunately, our country has a big number of unsolved problems in the environmental sense, and serious problems, among which is the problem of storing and incapability to process the used tires. And also with this, the pollution of soil, surface waters with oil products. So we have the problems related to road transport, which we try to solve in a complex way. So the idea of this work is to use so Zenoviy, you said about your presentation at the beginning. So I try to do it, but I'm just speaking. On the top of the screen, there are buttons. Do you see the presentation? Yes, perfect. So it was downloaded. So until now, we didn't solve fully the problem of disposal of worn out tires and pollution of surface waters with oil products. So yes, of course, these problems were so much acute after the full-scale invasion of Russia, and we see the damage of infrastructure, provision of water to people, pollution of surface waters by transport, by military machinery, which was damaged. So you see how the car tires were collected. So in Ukraine before the war there were 150,000 tons of tires which were processed in about 80%. In Europe there are 2 million tons of tires and about 30% are processed, and Japan is the leader in the creation of used tires, but the processing ratio is about 87%. And also another problem is the pollution of surface waters with oil and oil products, which go into the subsoil layers and which influences the quality of water for human consumption, for industrial companies. The soils, of course, they are not fit for agriculture and so on. So if we look at the sources of pollution, so first of all, these are oil wells, and about 30% of pollution. This is the result of oil production, and also transportation of oil by pipelines, by oil tanks, which is a serious influence on the environment as well. And of course, it has an impact on environmental state of water reservoirs and environmental and ecological systems. So also because of military actions during the try to cross Seversky Donetsk River, there were almost 70 vehicles, military vehicles, which were destroyed, and they stayed all inside, and many oil products are spilled during the accidents, as was said before. So the aim of our work is a complex solution of used car processing and disposal and purification of waters with products as resulting from tire processing. So for us as chemists is the pyrolysis. This is a high temperature processing of tires without excess of air. So there are three products can be produced. First of them is a gas product, which can be used in the burning of tires process. Liquid, which is received through condensation of vapors of one product of pyrolysis. The chemical composition makes it very close to diesel fuel, depending on the content of sulfur. And third product is 95% consisting of carbon, which is a pyrocarbon, and physically it resembles to activated coal, and it can be used also as a sorbent. So we have these works at the phase of initial researches, and we tried to establish in which conditions it can be used. So we have different proposals for use. So oil on the surface of water bodies, and it can be loaded to receive the pyrocarbon, and the pyrocarbon can be used for crude oil, for motor oil, and also if we try to purify the surfaces of oil products, the crude oil and gasoline are absorbed in the best way. So the density of pyrocarbon is the light, and it is on the surface of the water, and it can be combined into clusters, which is very easy to take out from the surface of water through bones, and if we use the pyrocarbon as as a charging element. It is the best use for diesel fuel and gasoline. As for now, it's difficult to explain why there is this dependence, but it will be studied further on. The most important that the pyrocarbon from our research is hydrophobic. It doesn't absorb water. It cannot absorb water, and its density does not grow, so which makes it capable to stay above the water surface. And the pyrocarbon is filled with oil products. It can be used as a fuel, because now that's what the people are doing now, is using it. But when it was used as a sorbent for oil products, and it is the pure carbon, it can be include and absorb the same mass of hydrocarbons. Another interesting way to use a pyrocarbon is can be used in chromatography. That is the different oil products like gasoline and oil. They can be moving through the sorbent across a different level upward. So that's what we used in with the zeolite. And why zeolite? Because it is black, and we don't see the oil products, but we have zeolite as a natural sorbent in Carpathian region. So we can put it on the soil, on the water, and first of all, so the lighter fraction goes on the top, so to say, is being chromaphotographed. So that is why this sorbent allows to split these fractions of oil products, and as I said, these works are at the initial state of performance, and already it showed the high efficiency of the pyrocarbon to treat the wastewaters, the waters polluted with oil products. We saw the efficiency of pyrocarbon. Of course, the pyrocarbon is not the single solution how to purify water up to the level of the water needed by water supply companies, but the level of purification is quite high. And if we say that the general content of oil products with oxygen in 1 decimeter cubic of water, and these products can be absorbed by pyrocarbon, and 1,000 milligrams of cubic milligrams of oxygen in 1 cubic decimeter can be reduced to 60. So this is the water which can be provided for further treatment and get the appropriate quality characteristics. So the use of pyrocarbon with other sorbents, this pyrocarbon can be used in the places where intensive military actions were taking place, or where the infrastructure is damaged normally, when it is necessary for preparation of water, and to use it in human consumption or in industrial companies, especially in the rivers and the water bodies where the damage and pollution is taking place because of damage to military machinery. So our work is has perspectives, and in this for this topic, one of the components of this topic is related to treatment of waste waters of different origin from pollutants. It can be researched in case we have the support from the state budget of Ukraine. So this is precise, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zenoviy. This used to be a very relative piece of information and topic for us to work on, and nowadays it's even more so. Are there any questions? Once again, let's leave them for the discussion panel time. Then with your permission, let us move on to Pavlo Oseledko. Are you with us, Mr. Pavlo? No, I cannot see you. Mr. Oseledko, yes, I can hear you and see you. He's an engineer of the first category, the sector of digital technologies, the Department of Technological Provision. So the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Something we would like to talk to you about is methods of increasing the level of motor vehicles automation management to improve energy efficiency and environmental safety. The purpose of my work was to investigate into the energy efficiency and environmental friendliness of wheeled motor vehicles that will happen due to increased level of automatization. Technologies have already reached such a peak that automated systems, partially or in some cases fully, have replaced drivers. And with the systems that some of the drivers use is the emergency braking system, for example, adaptive wheel control, as well as fully automated systems that enable the vehicle to move without any help, any assistance of the driver. Pilotless cars have been utilized in numerous countries in the world and are in very active use. The level of automation in driving is best represented as of now in the table by SAE engineers. There is a special standard that they were considering for, and this is the way it's presented. The level of automation at 0. Lack of automation in such vehicles means that the driver is responsible for all tasks of dynamics. He only receives subsidiary information. Levels 1, 2 of SAE speak in favor of partial automation, which means the system itself runs acceleration and braking. However, still people are in charge of dynamic driving, so the driver is still responsible for exercise turnings, moving out of the lane, and the driver is supposed to keep his or her hands on the steering wheel. Levels 3 and 4 are responsible for the high level of automation. Here, this system is in charge of controlling all of the automation elements, and level 4 It means that only in emergency situations can the driver interfere with the driving. When we talk about the relevance of this issue of energy efficiency and economy for motor vehicles, has been presented in numerous normative acts. Currently, the list of major organizations that assumed responsibility to raise these issues at the global level, to develop uniform answers and involve them in people's everyday life. So you could see the list of those organizations. Also, once again, talking about energy efficiency and economy of motor vehicles. This is something that has been reflected in the Green Deal. Euro integration course of Ukraine, the association agreement, all of these are highly relevant normative acts, which also provide for the implementation of automation systems in Ukraine in order to raise and improve environmental protection, as well as take care of energy efficiency. So the list of the organizations that assume responsibility to raise these issues, the automation of cars at the global level, are the European Economic Commission under the auspices of UN, which also runs the Global Forum in Harmonizing Traffic Rules in the United States. It's the Ministry of Transport. It's also an international organization. It's famous ISO standards. Ministry of Technology and Trade in China, etc. In Ukraine, the level of information provision does not match the utilization and full scope. So a lot of the systems of automation still haven't been even presented in our market. And the main idea is to raise the level of economy and energy efficiency. So the task is to replace some of the existing engines with alternative units and installations. And as of now, there are some organizations which are already implementing these systems. In motor transportation, there are these power generating installations which feed the vehicle with all of the necessary energy to propel it and to make it move. Some of the existing companies begin to install respective units already at the military level, military equipment. So diesel fuel burning engines are already being replaced with such power generating units. So the impact of automation hopefully in Ukraine this is going to dominate, and it requires also looking more into greater effects of these power generation units. This will greatly contribute to automation, and it's also one of the methods to increase energy efficiency in Ukraine and in motor vehicles in particular. And therefore, the implementation of automation to drive motor vehicles, once again in favor of greater efficiency and environmental friendliness of transportation, promoting these kinds of models in Ukraine is a highly promising trend for further observation and studies. This will enable us not only to exercise monitoring of such motor vehicles, wheeled vehicles with changeable characteristics, but also raise efficiency of their employment and utilization by way of applying these energy generating installations. This is all from me. You're welcome to ask your questions. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions to the speaker? No questions to Mr. Pavlo. If none, Then we will refer any questions to the discussion panel. Thank you very much, Mr. Oseledko. So this section is nearly over. Once again, I would also like to make a presentation about some of the issues of inventory concerning different measuring devices for emissions and gases. I hope you can see my presentation right now. Yes, we can. Thank you for telling me that. Here we are talking about the methodology that we have devised to determine the content of carbon, CO2 emission factors, and low calorific value of motor fuels by the calculation method suggested. So what do we have in mind? Ukraine has international commitments both in reducing greenhouse gases, as well as in making sure that Ukraine is compliant with all of the requirements at the global level, with all of the necessary documentation. So one of the requirements that has been repeatedly posted and brought forward is that Ukraine has to determine its own national values for carbon content, for CO2 emissions, and lower calorific value of motor fuels, and special methods for that. This task was regarded to be extremely difficult, and in order to tackle that, a special consortium was established, where our institute, together with some of the leading institutes in oil processing, working not only in Ukraine but beyond. So this was established with Ricardo Energy Environment, UK company. So what is the problem at stake in order to determine these physical and technical factors? Even for very rich countries, the question of estimation, an average indicator of carbon in different factors in transport fuels, is extremely difficult financially, because you have to make different samples for a long period of time overall across the full board in Ukraine, and exercising a very expensive chemical analysis. Even the United States or Germany cannot afford to maintain this system in full scope. Secondly, requirements for the stock keeping date back all the way to 1990. So this inventory has, the issue of this inventory has been there in place. This fuel, country-specific fuel carbon content for fuels was very much talked about in the past. So they had to come up with new approaches and new calculations, because the old ones have become obsolete. The method is based on expert assessment of different chemicals in engine fuels, as this usually happens during their production, all the way to the end user. It takes into account the content of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, sulfur, and many other elements. And within the content of every element, engine fuel, because my presentation is very specific for and just targets a very narrow circle of people. So let me just also say about some other things. Component fuels in gasoline. You can see here the sum total of different groups of components that you can see stand at 7, starting with light gasoline fraction and all the way to alkylate. For each of them, they determine the ratio of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, their density and mass fractions in the content. So we took thermal cracking gasoline, which consists of the following components with all of their famous properties. During this development, we came up against another difficulty. There is no one source to identify the full content of the components within these gasolines and fuels, and we had to compare a lot of different literature. We found a lot of conflicting conclusions, which took a lot of time to analyze. If we look at this approach, it probably will be better if I look at that in the Excel spreadsheet. Each of the gasoline types consists of 7 essential elements with different proportions, with different content on the basis of carbon. Then there is another big group of oxygenates. There's another group of ballasts, minerals, metals, nitrogen, and other compounds that do not burn, and they are of certain significance, even water, which is always present within fuels, sulfur, etc. For each of these components, in turn, there is a presentation concerning their content and origin of oil, other contents within gasoline fuels, and peculiarities of the technological processes that start all the way with oil processing, primary processing of oil, all the way to the process of production petroleum, so gasoline, and all the way to the service stations or petrol stations, because we know what happens there, different kinds of dilution take place, etc. So this is an approximate sample of the content of some of the gasolines. So you can see here more complicated ones. Each of them consists of simpler ones. We have to identify the ratio of carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, hydrogen and oxygen. Here you can see another example of oxygenates. It's worth mentioning that for each of these components, we also had to calculate quotients of correction for burning, developed theoretically, obtained from different sources, and confirmed in experimentation. Now, if we get back to this spreadsheet, you have seen it. Next, for every period of time, for calculations purposes, component fuels in gasoline are identified, the so-called average representatives of gasoline fuels with their variety of properties present on the market for quite some time already. So for gasoline, we had 15 such groups represented of different engine fuels. For diesel fuels, we had the representation of such 12 engine fuels, and you can see what that looks like on the spreadsheet. For diesel fuel in particular, these are the core groups and the components in the fuel, and for each of them there is a detailed description of their content. The same goes for liquefied oil gas that contains not only butane, propane, because propane also has 2 varieties in the liquefied gas, but numerous other elements which are of significance when we talk about the final properties of these diesel fuels, and of course the coefficients when we do calculations for different kinds of indicators. Next, we had to address the issue of adjusting of different calculation values for burning, different kinds of values obtained in experimentation according to different methods. If the predominant majority of the content of the engine fuels, we had a lot of matches, theory matched with reality. However, on some of the components, this didn't work. For example, for acetylenes and for some other ones. So we had to calculate some other adjustment quotients for different elements and components of engine fuels. Also, for verification purposes, we had to use a very famous formula from the Bureau of Standards of the US, which is based on the simplified values of a higher temperature inflammation on the basis of the fuel thickness. This approach is operational when the content of oxygenates is insignificant in the content of the fuel. Otherwise, it is not applicable. Here you can see via the example of gasolines some representatives of fuel that have been in the market for quite some time. So these were different brands, makes applied for a long period of time, and via different experimentation we had to identify what they consisted of. Different portions were identified over different periods of time. And this allowed us to establish average values of that in the market concerning the density, carbon content below the thickness according to the American measurements, and something that will allow us to identify the content of oxygenates and some other content, and carbon factor. GC/MJ, which is absolutely necessary when we talk about inventory of exhaust fumes. This was also done in like way for diesel fuels. Here you can see different quotients and the content of carbon in gas emissions, average indicators on the market. So this is for oil, liquefied gas, over the reporting period from 90 to 2014, although a lot of changes took place during that time.
І можна побачити, що отримані нами.
And we can see the rated value, which how they coincide with by default values as compared to up and lower data and values in the gasolines with lower temperature heat value of burning, and this is about the composition of carbon inside the fuel. It's quite high for Ukraine. This is a feature of fuels in Ukraine, and this is the content of carbon in the fuels, how it was going, and as compared to components of biological nature. So we see the comparison of data which we received for Ukraine and compared to APC data from Europe, from Germany, from Denmark and other countries. So these coincide very well, especially for diesel fuel. And we need I need to say that lower burning heat value it does not correspond to the formulas which we were using in the guides. So this is per unit of carbon, a bit lower than APCC. Again, the content of carbon per unit of fuel. So we can compare this data from Ukraine with other markets. What is important in last year there was a meeting of international experts on climate change, and there was the methodology which was discussed, and motor fuels used in Ukraine since 1990 until now, and the methods and data were approved, and it was an important contribution of our institute to satisfy the requests of international community as for inventory of exhaust gases in Ukraine according to national standards. Here, if you permit, I finish my presentation. If you have questions to me, I am ready to answer them in short way. Do you have you have questions? Please, please welcome. You raised your hand. Okay, sorry. So if you have no questions, so as I promised, there is a presentation which the presenter couldn't do yesterday. Number 31, Symonenko Roman, Deputy Head of the Center of Scientific Research of Complex Problems in the State Research Institute. Welcome, Roman. Thank you, Oleksiy, and I open my presentation. So we see it well, but you need to increase the image and using the editor mode on the upper window to increase the scale. Is it good? It's a bit better. So sorry, and so I would like to let you know about the activity of a committee on transportation of the United Nations for 2022-23. So this group is working within the committee and takes care about the issues of international treaties, European Treaty on International Highways, on international road transportation of cargoes. There is a framework agreement on improvement of international road transportation. Also, there is a treaty on passenger transportation omnibus agreement. So everything which is related to issues and separately about infrastructure, the European Highways Green Map, insurance company. So I would like to remind you what it is this group and what it is taking care of. So traditionally, the group pays a lot of attention to European agreement on the teams who work in the vehicles, and this agreement is one of the most important because today we try to introduce modern technologies in our work, and European Union is a big initiator of these changes. There was a bigger proposal from Portugal, which was adopted when it was heading this committee. So first of all, it was the smart tachograph and other aspects, namely participation of European Union as a party to the agreement for taking of decisions during the group meeting, and the agreement regulates the legal aspects, how to take different decisions during regulations and during the decision taking about the agreement. So this work is not done for the first year. So unfortunately, there is no such progress. We had some technical barriers and legal barriers. First of all, they were connected as for the technical barriers because of some difference of national legislation in the Russian Federation. It is about the power of the signal, which it should be to connect to the system of a small radius of operation. And let's say that our eastern neighbors, which are still allowed to our group. So this is the issue which is controlled by Federal Service of Security, FSB. And all changes for civil life and introduction of new technologies are quite difficult to achieve. So in technical aspect, we are still at the line of negotiations, and there are specific issues in the position of European Commission as for the participation of European Union as a party to treaty. So now we have still now the suspended state. We couldn't reach the agreement. We just study the proposals which are provided by submitted by the Russian Federation and Belarus. So during the war, the group shows support to Ukraine, and as for now, the proposals from eastern neighbors will leave them unattended. And a separate point about the problem and activity of the group, which takes attention to UTR agreement. The certain aspects should be considered. First of all, the signing of a memorandum under which the GRC center, this is the center in the European Union which certifies and issues the cards for tachographers. This memorandum is effective for 10 or 12 years, and today, and this year, since the beginning of aggression, there are sanctions from our partners, and the European Union used these sanctions, and Russian Federation and Belarus cannot be customers of these services in this Russian center. So they made a move against this memorandum, and we had a long time of discussion how we and other countries who are the parties of UTR agreement and use the services of center for certification and getting keys to get a memorandum, three-party memorandum between Ukraine, EU, and UN bodies, how to use the services of this center. As for now, I would like to notify everyone that this issue is solved for Ukraine, and on the 13th of December there will be a session where we will get our keys, and somewhere will be the progress, and I would not disclose the essence of this point, but for Ukraine this issue will be solved. And also I would like to bring your attention so that I will come back again and again to aspects which are related to the war, and in our committee, despite these are technical issues, but because of our position and the support from our partners. So, considering our strict position, the Russian Federation and the Belarus, they have the problem to use the digital tachographs in their countries, and they try to find these solutions, and also as their bodies cannot issue the cards, they propose in connection to the agreement on the force majeure circumstances to introduce such a proposal so that it will allow the drivers to use the printing of the tachograph until they start producing their own cards to use this digital inscription if they would provide, if they had the cards for digital tachographs. Of course, this proposal was not supported by the group, but we left the position of the Russian Federation for discussion. We will see how the events will go on. So in these slides, I show you how we use this information in which volumes. So this is 600 pages for the digital annex. It didn't change since 2010, but today we have the situation when we needed to find the solutions outside of this memorandum that our system could function and in the world in general. Then, as I told you about the European Agreement on Highways, so it is an ancient set of agreements, but they remain relevant and they cover different aspects. There are 38 countries, parties to these agreements, and would like to inform you about the Convention on movement of cargoes by road transport, about CMR Weibull. So now we speak about the digital CMR. This work is going on for a long time, about 10 years. The annex to this agreement about digital CMR was optional, but now there is a point of putting it into the compulsory format, and the group decided to create a group of experts about CMR, and there were 6 meetings of this group, and the discussions were very interesting. Our employees of the institute participated in the meetings, but there were interesting players in this group when they didn't take part too much in other meetings of our group. Namely, it is Iran, and the group did not finish its work, and we there was a request to continue the mandate for 2 more years. We supported this proposal, and I think that the decision will be positive. But what's the sense of this work? This is the exchange of advanced practices of the countries who use ECMR in their work. The situation is difficult. Why? Because this document is introduced in the national legislation, and there are other services and aspects which must be shown on such way bills, namely in other countries, customs, veterinary controlling bodies put their marks there. So for them, the paper medium is something where they can put their controlling signs. But I would say that it was not by now the compromise was achieved. So the decision was taken to continue and to work in this group. So
окремої уваги взагалі ця робота.
This is a short list of the issues that have been considered by the working group so far. With reference to the global compact concerning international passenger transportation, you may all know that there is the interbus agreement, and I always include it in my slides. And we always look at omnibus and interbus alongside each other. And the European Commission and UN and their Committee of International Transportation considered that, but there is also this specific agreement in place signed in Brussels under the auspices of the European Commission, and right now Ukraine is the party to this agreement, I mean interbus. And as of now, this also spreads to regular passenger transportation. There are some technical requirements in place. Some of them are more rigid with reference to transportation vehicles that are included and covered by the terms of this treaty. On the 14th, there will be the meeting of the working group within the scope of this agreement, and our working group is very active. As I have said previously, omnibus that works under the auspices of the UN was also a very long time to develop, about 10 years. And on the agenda of our work group, we have this agreement. And as of now, some of the not contractual parties to this agreement are raising issues about launching this agreement because they would like it to be official and necessary. There are no documents at the international level to regulate these issues otherwise. So now, this point still remains on the agenda, and no country has yet articulated its desire to submit for this agreement with proposals to make it all formalized. There's just a document developed by the working group. However, the procedures established by the UN mean that there should be a volunteer who will submit all of the necessary who will make all of the necessary submissions and involve all of the other signatories to this agreement. So still discussions are ongoing at the expert level, but at the governmental level, we don't hear any such initiatives. There are some other issues that haven't been finalized yet. They also relate to the participation of the European Commission in this agreement. So it has been put on stall. Next, concerning the framework agreement on the simplification of international freight, RE4. Once again, it's more of recommendational character. There are some things identified for international shipments, and at the previous meetings, Poland and Turkey decided to introduce a two-way shipments. There is not a single international agreement that would provide definition for that. So far, there are some elaborations, and these elaborations are very positive. However, there is a certain position of Poland, with the support of Latvia, for example, decided to put this question on a stall until the war against Ukraine, launched by the Russian Federation, has been finished. The Council or the Board of Insurance, of auto insurances, report every year. This year they celebrated a special, they marked a special state, which is characteristic of our country, and the efforts that our bureau, the representative office of the Green Bureau of Ukraine, all of the efforts that we are exercising in order to provide for our citizens who right now are in the EU countries and elsewhere, where these Ukrainian citizens have been hosted, because a lot of them have fled Ukraine in cars, and the norms of international law are effective with reference to them. So insurance systems and responsibility to the third persons, the green card is in effect for them. This work is ongoing, and this year they gave a very high appraisal to our work, and the lion's share in such meetings usually is devoted to our country and our citizens abroad, Ukraine. Then trans-European highways, motorways. I would like to break it into several stages when talking about this in detail, and something I would like to invite your attention to is, when considering this issue, Ukraine managed to present and share with other countries about its vision concerning the practices of implementing the respective audit to ensure safety and security on motorways. And Ukraine made its presentation on this type of activity. And once again, it was very positively evaluated, because these practices under martial law, in face of the challenges that we are tackling, are regarded as really advanced. And when considering this notion, we had an opportunity to watch a film shot by our film director, devoted to certain mental issues. The director is Maryna Dobrovina. The film was made in 2022, and in 2022 it was given a Grand Prix in Geneva, exactly at the time when in February last year our working groups was in session. So this film won its prize at an international festival dedicated to security in oceans, and it's devoted to Ulyana Pcholkina, a famous figure in Ukraine, a girl who lost a leg or a limb as a result of a traffic accident, how she was fighting, flabbering for life, scrambling up to her feet against all odds. She managed to overpower the fact that she was mentally broken down. And right now she's demonstrating via her example to other people, which is of great importance to us all, because we are also faced with a great number of other challenges, not only traffic accidents. So our soldiers, fighters will be coming back and are coming back from the front line. They're getting back quite often crippled because of the inhuman shelling inflicted by the aggressor on the civilian towns and villages, cities. Therefore, this is a highly relevant issue. And for the next year, some other activities have been planned which will be dedicated to barrier-free notions, and there for the first time Ukraine will represent this film. I think we will be getting some more information about that, because these activities will be conducted with the support of the Presidential Office, the First Lady Olena Zelenska's initiative, as well as the support of the National Security and Defense Council. I suppose we are not going to stay aside these activities either. Also, we had an opportunity, once again reverting to the challenges we're dealing with. You all are perfectly aware of what's going on the Polish border with Ukraine, the blockade taking place there. But there is another issue, which is to do with the mode of work and rest for the Ukrainian drivers. The Ukrainian delegation made a special statement during the meeting of the working group, saying that our drivers are in demanding situations and everybody has to comply with the requirements of the EUTR and comply with all of the commitments concerning work and rest time. Nevertheless, adhering to this mode is impossible under martial law of Ukraine because currently the work which is carried out by logistics companies responsible for loading, unloading, of course they attempt to adhere to the requirements which refer to health and security insurance for all of our Ukrainian citizens, especially during air raid alerts, that all of works have to be put on suspension and people have to go to bomb shelters. This isn't always the case. Drivers, unfortunately, have to leave hazard zones, and this happens with delays. So the Ukrainian delegation provided different examples, and Latvia supported our statement, and there was a silent consent, which meant that the group didn't have any objections to our statement. The main message of the statement was the regard to be more loyal. To us as members of the EUTR agreement, and we were reaching out to the controlling agencies and saying that our drivers are in tremendously difficult, demanding conditions, particularly when they are in the areas of hostilities, active hostilities, where there are air raid alerts, and then sometime later when they have to cross the border, you can imagine how hard it is for them. Along with that, controlling agencies in some of the countries completely disregard these conditions. Well, that's all briefly from me. We are also expecting an official statement issued by the ministry, and I would also like to thank all of you for your attention. Once again, should there be any questions, I will be happy to answer them during the panel for discussion. Thank you, Mr. Roman. Are there any questions to our speaker? No questions. Any questions in the chat? Then, if you will allow me, let us take any of the questions during the discussion panel. We still have 4 more presentations to hear. I suggest that we get the section of standardization underway. This year it's very short. And the next to speak is Andriy Voloshyn. Are you with us? Yes. Engineer of Division for Transport Safety Research, Standardization and Metrology, the State Enterprise State Road Transport Research Institute. We can see the title of your presentation on the screens. Good afternoon. Greetings to the conference participants. I would like us to speak today about the role and the place of standardization and the quality management system of the state enterprise that I represent. The system of standardization in Ukraine looks as follows. We have the Ministry of Economy at the top as the central executive authority to ensure policy making in standardization area. In subordination to this ministry is the national body of standardization responsible for the organization and coordination of work on national standardization. These works refer development, adoption, repealing, or updating national standards, and this is done in cooperation with the technical standardization committees in the respective areas And it's necessary to say that the legal and organizational foundations for standardization are reflected in the law of Ukraine on standardization. We have the entities of standardization where refer my enterprise, State Road Transport Research Institute, which deals with these issues professionally. And we also have the Secretariat of Standardization. It's also worth mentioning that this facility, to a certain extent, is responsible for fulfilling all of the works in line with the requirements of the law. It develops and approves standards, participates in the work of different international organizations on standardization, and keeps the registry, as well as exercises other types of works in standardization. Standardization is the foundation of quality, an intrinsic part of any enterprise operation. The coordination of work on standardization is exercised by another agency, which also deals with metrology with reference to devising and maintaining the functionality of the quality assurance system. These issues refer to the scientific methodological department that also deals with certification. In our institute, this management system was implemented in the early 2000s. Nowadays, it is compliant with ISO 2015, and it has been certified respectively. Along with that, at our institute, we have a policy in place which identifies the mission and the primary principles of activities. In line with these policies, the institute assures qualitative service delivery in full compliance with the request and legal requirements. Standardization activities can be also represented as 4 clusters of the activities of our institute. The first one is the overall organization of works on standardization. Here we also develop new, as well as harmonize, as well as develop and update already existing ones in harmony with international standards. Another area of our work is maintaining the stock of normative documents that belong to the Fund, European Commission, and the UN Fund. And lastly, some other scope of work, maybe it's of lesser significance, but we work with our agents and the Secretariat of the Technical Committee, TK80, the road transport, whose performance is fulfilled by our institute. So first of all, we have to develop works on national standardization, something that happens on an annual basis and has a vast scope. So the program is prepared by the national body with different proposals issued by different stakeholders to be approved by the responsible technical committee. Державta Transport NDE project, or my institute, State Road Transportation Research Institute, is responsible for a great number of national standards approved. In 2022, 2 standards initiated by our institute were approved, whereas in 2021, 60 national standardization standards were approved. Over the last 3 years, more than 100 such standards have been developed and approved with our assistance. So which ones are they? For example, we have to go through some generic stages, as is known. Some of the norms and rations concerning fuel and oil products were repealed and new norms have been instituted. At the first stage, different proposals have to be submitted if any amendments need to be made to the technical committee responsible. After that, technical works are fulfilled and other work in order to develop such documents. The fund of normative documents of the institute is in a way a unique treasure trove in the archives of automotive industry of Ukraine. So we run and maintain this fund, which numbers more than 10,000 samples of different national standards. We have national, international, interagency normative agreements, international agreements. The availability of this reserve or archive is absolutely necessary to make sure that all of this legacy is maintained and upheld. The new standards are augmented and added with the help of agent activities, which allows our institute to disseminate official copies of normative documents across the territory of Ukraine. So the institute has been an agent since 2002, and in this time several thousand different documents have been made and disseminated over a couple last years. 250 samples of state standards have been made and disseminated, and the activities of the Institute is also a great contribution to the overall activities concerning the normative acts. On the eve of this conference, we have received a letter concerning agents' agreements, which informed us that concluding agreements with agents will be invalid on the 31st of probably January next year, and there will be no prolongation of these agreements, unfortunately. So the country right now requires qualitative upgrading, raising its competitiveness and adjustment to European norms. And under these requirements, we are implementing national standards that have been harmonized in line with the European standards.
So in this context, the role of committees is very important, especially on the transport, as the main developer of the documents of road transport. So more than 200 national standards were developed, and in the last 3 years, 63 documents were harmonized and adopted. So this is the activity which has a big image for the enterprise as the leading institute in the road transport industry. So standardization, we can say, that is an inseparable part of the activity of the enterprise, and the main tendency is harmonization with the European legislation, where standardization plays a very leading role. Thank you, Andriy. Dear participant, do you have questions? I would add that the reply was very laconic and fast, and maybe there is no questions. But if you permit, let's go to the standardization, which is very important for the terminology. So I'm with you, Oleksiy. So we wait for your presentation. In this way, the floor is yours. Good evening, dear participants of the conference. The Article 3 of the law on function of Ukrainian language as the state language, it is defined that the function of the state language as the instrument of unifying the Ukrainian society for the state integrity and the territorial integrity of Ukraine, its independent statehood and national security. And we hope that this small presentation will promote very clear understanding how to use the state language in the regulatory acts on the use of wheeled vehicles. So this is the sphere according to the directive on state procurement is a bit different from what we are accustomed to see. So please get accustomed. It is related to other legislatory aspects when introducing acquis and development of Ukrainian technical language. Without the language, you can not write a single regulatory act or scientific work. So when you regulate the road transport, you use international normative acts, which the majority of which are under the aegis of United Nations, and Verkhovna Rada normally ratifies or joins the laws, and the president approves such documents. So for the Convention on Road Traffic was approved by the order of Verkhovna Rada in the Ukrainian Socialist Republic in 1993. Ukraine joined the convention of the 1958, which you know, through the law of safe transportation of cargoes, and we will mention that the appendices, international regulations and rules, with the text of them, of which are even 10 times bigger than the main text, which are more requested by the users, and they stay as UN documents. So such appendices, they are not fully approved documents, which can show the special interpretation by the central authorities. Today, Ukraine implements the norms of acquis EU into its national legislation. Acquis EU, they can be changed with time, amended, and have different appendices to main text. So accordingly to Part 1, Article 21, the official translation of multi-party international treaties and international agreements with the International Financial Organization in the Ukrainian is done by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine in the order which is established by the Cabinet of Ministers. And please look into this procedure. You can see that the leading ministries should do everything to translate, introduce and provide the documents to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The changes and amendments to international treaties, they are also made in the official languages of United Nations, and with time such appendices become so numerous that which they prevent the understanding and the following. So in this way the consolidated or joint text are developed. Consolidated and joint are the synonyms. However, such a text they have no legal effect until a certain time they simplify the understanding and use the norms of the regulatory document. Let's look at this having as example of a document of acquis EU. So the basic document is created with a preamble first of all, and this preamble describes the tasks of the EU to achieve appropriate targets of regulation, through which ways they should be achieved, and which problems should be solved, and recommendations to introduce a new legislation in the national legislations of member states of European Union. And as a result, through the time, additional problems appear which should be solved. It could be, it should be a change in proceedings or preamble, which is a change as well, and so together with this regulations or provisions or preamble, the new directive appears. So here the users can be trapped because without a preamble, it's not possible to understand what the bodies which introduced this act wanted to be fulfilled. So there is some specifics, the regulations which change themselves can change certain directives, and vice versa. The directives can be related to other directives and cover norms of regulations. So the guidelines established by the Parliament of the European Union, Council of the European Union, Commission of the European Union, such things are not recommended, but they exist. So it's better to be very attentive about the documents. If it is a regulation, so it is imposing document, but the directive says, so please, dear users, introduce it into your legislation so that these norms would be followed. So the basic regulatory acts modifying regulations and consolidated regulatory acts, they are all kept in the official leaflets of the European Union, mainly 2 of them. So we should be aware that official translation, this is the translation approved by the Verkhovna Rada and the President of Ukraine, and the official translations are done by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but I didn't find a single document that the Foreign Ministry should translate it according to legislation, but normally it is done by the Verkhovna Rada as the President. Also, the governmental office of coordination of European integration sometimes wants to say that this is the official translation, but they only organize the coordination with European Union. So sometimes we needed to check, and we see that these translations they're put into at the beginning of the process or in the middle of the process. For example, when the changes already took place. So in Europe, these norms are effective for a long time in Europe, and Ukraine started to join them. So there will be no preamble, and so this preamble should be put into the introductory part, so that the legislator or the central authority would understand what must be done correctly, but not to act randomly. By the way, so the official translation is effective for legal and entities and individuals, but it should be certified in a specific way. We will not be going into details about these requirements. We must understand another thing. So these are the sources where the translator should take the information: Constitution of Ukraine, international treaties, multi-party or bilateral agreements, sub-legislatory, secondary acts, terminology of legislation of Ukraine. I would say that there are lots of differences in for the same notions and terms. So please be careful and you look into Ukrainian orthography, because for the last decades 2 or 3 times the norms of orthography were changed, and now we have new norms since 2019. For translator, it's important to have a special approach for the punctuation. If the parentheses, the square or round, so you see the comma or semicolon there in the quotation marks. So I will tell, and you will try to understand. Freedom Translation Agency is a professional translation. So you see this is the image, not to accuse me of the plagiat. The swan, maybe the author wants to go to the norms of the European Union, and crayfish, the one who wants to slow down this process because of his own commercial interests, and also the pike, which wants to put this cart into a very black water. Maybe some people who are very interested in this quotation, maybe you can find 4 mistakes, and you didn't recognize them, but it was done by the professionals. It was translated by the automatic translator and a bit edited from the Russian language. So I call for you. This is the orthography approved by the Ukrainian National Commission on orthography, and it's only supported by the Cabinet of Ministers or approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. So these are the guidelines on the regulation EU of 2012. So you see above the guidelines, you see the translation of the Commission of EU. We joined this agreement, and now our regulatory acts as the leading acts of the European Union will be translated simultaneously or automatically, not the translator which we are used to from Google. It's much more. It is much better because it is using artificial intelligence and is better than the machine translator. So I tried to use this in different ways. But I would say that if the specialist does not work with you, you may lose something, because you should be a specialist one to understand everything. In European Union, there are 24 official languages. Countries, there are 27 of them, but the official languages is 24. So in the center, the guideline of the parliament specifies that if there is no translation which is which is close to ideal to the original Regulatory Act, so the legal norms should be changed. This is a guideline of the European Union. You should be aware. So I will read. Following the experience of our Institute of editing, proofreading of regulatory documents, especially in the technical documents, in systematic way, we need to involve professionals who know the language of the original legal act. The translations done by translators who have no knowledge in the field of road transportation. They have sometimes very substantial and very negative errors for the users from the industry. So the work should be common between translators and the specialists.
The translations of international agreements and pacts for understanding the ideas, insights, peculiarities of the applications of legal norms that undergo translation, from our perception, have to be publicized. First, the original of the document, then the primary document implemented with its preamble. The translations of the implementation or delegated acts, which are also provided for in these legal acts. So these are the peculiarities of the legal acts of the EU. They may maintain these introductions or preambles. Next, on the site, we also have to promulgate all of the texts with all of the amendments, changes, translated, and they have to be made public together with all of the originals of these documents that have a legal value. At the Institute, we have already developed a special branch industry dictionary, which is being piloted right now. It contains more than 1,000 different terms applied with reference to transportation sector of Ukraine, and everything is done in Ukrainian plus 3 other official UN languages. It's all done in a cross-reference table. So this is a paper-based dictionary. It has 448 pages, A4 standard design, as the Ministry of Justice requires. The original texts and new terminology and definitions in Ukrainian comprise 53% of the overall volume, without taking into account different kinds of other terminology certified by the legislation of Ukraine. Or every term or definition has its own individual number that is very easy to identify whatever language you go by. So separate terms and definitions indicated in the legislation also have different kinds of hyper-references. And the final references also include comments and interpretations in a separate column. There are also references made to the national standards and legislation. The dictionary also has lists in the cross-reference tables for acronyms, abbreviations, etc., which are applicable in the rules of the UN, regulations of the UN, and in the legislative texts of Ukraine. We suppose that it may prove useful to executive authority representatives, local governments, judicial authorities of automotive transportation, in science, students of transportation universities and other institutions, educational facilities which are to do with transportation area. After the publication of this dictionary on the site of the institute, which is to take place in a few months from now, we offer to you to participate in its perfection and improvement. If any of your proposals are accepted, so you will be also recognized as co-authors of these dictionaries, perhaps for linguists of certain concern and interest. And brief conclusions, this electronic dictionary cross-reference manual of the Ukrainian terminology as a tool for creating legal acts is to promote prompt development of legislation with single terminology, unified terminology, approximated to the UN and EU legislation, the application of this dictionary of terminology as a tool for legislative acts and their translation will also facilitate the work of neuro translations, of machine translation, which also greatly facilitate the translation of these documents in an automative way. For comforted use, the translated acts will have to be publicized and will have to be promulgated on a single page or on a unified page of a single site with a preamble and all of the original texts, should that be necessary. So thank you very much for your attention. I would like to take this opportunity and the fact that at this conference there are a lot of associates, academics, scientists, employees at universities. I would like to reach out to you with the following request. Go to your administrative offices or wherever it takes. Since 2019, the qualification professions in the sector of automotive industry has been in circulation. So we have some more than 36 different jobs introduced. So mechatronics, for example. Once again, once you get to know this information, I would like you to forward this information where such specialists are being prepared. Mechatronics, so many years on, since 2019, I would like to know where such specialists are prepared and where their services are implemented. At the time when this manual was introduced, it was already 5 to 10 years lagging behind the standards of the European Union. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, dear speaker. A really fundamental topic and the issue that you have raised. The speeches that you raise are always of high resonance. They always relate to people a lot. And if you allow me, there are 2 questions or comments on behalf of our attendees on the chat of our conference. The first, posted by Yuriy Babin, let me quote it. The linguistic problem has always been in place. For example, the translation of UN regulations carry very heavy mistakes, and that's true, talking about translations alone. Then Mr. Ustimenko contributes, yes, a lot of meaning is lost, and sometimes the distortions take place. With your permission, I would also like to add from myself, now we are only talking about UN regulations. When they talk about the same things, even in the original language, they express the same notions in different language. So the problems stem from there. And even if you're speaking about the problem of unification and standardization and of terminology, highly technical things that we are obliged to take care of. So once again, it all begins out there. So this is titanic, tremendous work that you are doing in favor of the whole, in the best interest of the whole country. Are there any questions to our distinguished speaker? So let's refer them to the discussion panel, shall we? All right. And then now I'm happy to announce that we are getting underway the final section of our conversation, our event, which is about the improvement of the qualifications for managers and experts in the field of road transport section. It's the last topic on our agenda. But it's one of the most important. So the two last presentations. First speaker will be Tetyana Yashchenko, Head of Division of Road Transport Economics, the Center for Complex Transport Aspects, the State Enterprise State Road Transport Research Institute. Thank you for the floor given to me. We can see the title of your presentation. Could you kindly expand it? I'll do my best. Is it better now? Yes, it's perfect. Good evening, dear colleagues, peers. Let me start my presentation titled Current Issues of the Functioning of the System of Professional Classification of Road Transport in Today's Conditions. As an introduction, I would like to say that the professional classification nowadays is one of the applied toolkit that can be considered necessary to the life of every individual, starting with the children's dream when people are just thinking about what they would like to do in the future when they grow up, and all the way to pension time. So let me start with my presentation now. This was just an introduction. The methodology accepted in Ukraine, the National Professional Classification, today comprises three interconnected parts. The classificator of professions, which contains the names of professional groups according to the classificator of the kinds of economic activity. Also qualification characteristics of professions that contain, once again, different kinds of qualification requirements, and a list of norms that regulate the application of all these norms. With reference to the classification of professions, jobs, and functions, on the screen you see one of the super important documents, which nowadays establishes and builds and is foundational for the names of different professional papers and works. It is applied to calculation of employees, manpower, statistical information, the development of different forecasts for employment, income, education, retraining missions, etc. I would like to say that this classifier of professions is a basic document on the basis of which standards of education, professional standards are elaborated. Next to follow is the career, professional career of an individual, and depending on how correctly the job of the individual is indicated in this classifier, the payment guarantees will ensue. So this is a highly important document. Next in line with the entries in the workbook of an individual, the retirement money will in many ways will also very much depend, because we have lots of different lists about people who enjoy different benefits. You may not know that drivers and conductors in urban transportation enjoy the right to go to enjoy retirement age at 58 years old, which is very important. Another important element of the classifier of professions, it contains the description of all of the jobs and professions. Once again, here you can see abilities, skills, different data, talking about transportation and the place of that in the system of professional classification. On the screen reflected, you can see that with regard to transportation, we had different additions. The edition 69, whose elaboration started in 2006. In the last 15 years, 100 different qualifications and jobs have been developed until now, and there have been 3 editions published of this particular manual, and the leader and the implementer of all of the publications, this edition 69, is the institution which is hosting this conference with the support of the Institute and the line ministries, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Social Policy. Some amendments have been introduced to this issue 69, where some new professions and jobs have been established that refer to the area of technical servicing and transportations, as well as carrying. So once again, a team of authors worked on that. There was a sore need to do that with a view to implement the norms and regulations as well as directives of the EU connected with freight, shipments, transporting passengers and cargoes. When talking about relations, labor relations and employment market overall in Ukraine, one of the latest challenges, of course, is to do with hostilities. So this is to do with layoffs, the change in demography of the country due to war, shortages of manpower, in particular working professions. When we talk about automotive transport, it's a great shortage of drivers that we are faced with. And right now in labor market, we are also dealing with great shortcomings in terms of people who provide services in transportation. Wartime is also a great opportunity for changing attitude to the people in working professions as a significant factor contributing to post-war recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, as well as the need for various kinds of jobs and personnel, as well as shaping a positive image of professional human resources, as well as a prompt adaptation to various changes and modifications. A small remark to make concerning the impact of wartime on demography in Ukraine. According to different estimates of such institutions as the Institution of Demography under the Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, the Kiev, the School of Economy, etc., the number of full-labeled workers on the employment market of Ukraine over the last 2 years has shrunk from 4 to 5 million people, according to different assessments. It's a very significant number indeed, so we need to think hard about the future. Another important point to make, the economy of Ukraine on a monthly basis. Once again, this is an evaluation of the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine, so the economy of Ukraine is losing about $2 million on a monthly basis due to massive migration of the Ukrainian population. So you can imagine how huge are the losses that the Ukrainian economy is suffering from. Next, the project of Ukraine's recovery was developed by the National Council on the Reconstruction of Ukraine from the aftermath of the war. Once again, one of the challenges is the massive drain of labor resources from Ukraine, and there are some projects provided for that, creating a single registry of professional qualification, as well as attributing professional qualifications via special qualification centers. When we talk about current initiatives with reference to the improving the classifiers of jobs and professions in Ukraine, the creation of a single uniform register for the recovering purposes of Ukraine, some of the developments for that were started back in 2020. We also submitted some of our proposals. The Institute participated in the elaboration of these draft laws. Also in 2023, another legislative initiative was initiated concerning introducing amendments to the classifier of jobs and professions. When talking about this initiative in greater detail, this document envisages uniting 3 key elements for the system of professional classification: the classifier of professions and jobs, the classifier of qualification characteristics and register of qualifications that contains some 300 different standards. And in 2020, we also submitted some of our remarks and observations to one of the draft laws. It's a wonderful initiative that provides for further improvement of professional classifiers. Along with that, there are some cautions concerning the possibilities to apply these generalized documents. Why? Because you see, if we talk about such manuals, these are usually 100 editions, each of which carries information about 100 different jobs and professions. The classifier is about 11,000 different jobs and professions, 300 standards. Each of these professional standards can carry up to 50 pages and more. So the document to be created, how workable and practical it will be and user-friendly still is to be seen. When we talk about the current system for the single registry, we have to say that the classifiers which are in use right now, they are more for human resource agencies, and there the descriptions are pretty abridged and truncated. But the professional register of jobs and professions that contains these classifiers, it's a very good thing indeed for the educational system, because there is a very detailed and granulated description of all of professional functions, etc. And in addition to that, the registry also contains educational professional standards. So when implementing the expectations of such initiatives, which I believe is a brilliant initiative, it has a lot of merits. Of course, it will be supported with digitalization. It will be synchronized with other databases. It will be possible for us to introduce orderliness in this notion. But there are some potent risks. It may be difficult to apply due to the complications of and complexity of different functions and components of the newly created single registry. And we are at the interim transition period right now. We faced with that when we were introducing some amendments to the classifier of jobs and professions. It was difficult to approve some of them because it relates to education activity as well as receiving lots of different licenses, accreditations, etc. So talking about the global experience in classifiers of jobs and professions, it's necessary to identify that every country is special in its own right. We have taken the examples of Canada, the UK. Their standard occupational classification standards are of a broader character because they unite our classifier and manual, because they carry all of these informational points together.
But if you speak about the American experience, which is the most widely used in parallel to classification of the professions, there is another guide and a special guide which describes the occupations, so which defines how many people can work at a certain company, which skills they should have, and how the work is performed. So if I summarize the presentation, I would say in short that in the road transport some changes were introduced recently, and this bug should continue in the future because new professions appear and we need it, and the changes in the occupation which happen in the labor relations, they are very sensitive in the Ukrainian society, and they need a weighed approach, and namely transition period is necessary when we speak about improvement of classification system. Any field related to the labor should be easy, transparent, clear for every user and adaptive, and also initiatives for changing of system classification we think should be developed, and research must be done with scientists in their own industries. If we speak about the guides and also the other scientists and trade unions. So here I would like to thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I will be ready to answer. Thank you very much, Tetyana, and you, as usually, you provide a very grounded and systematic speech. So what do we have as questions? So we don't have questions, so we will let them to the discussion panel, and thank you. And if you permit, I will announce maybe the last presentation of today. So please, Volodymyr Trokhymchenko, acting head of Division of Development of Personnel and Transport Sector, the State Enterprise, State Road Transport Research Institute. Welcome, Volodymyr. Good afternoon, or maybe good evening, because we run out of the presentations, so maybe it's an order for me to finish and to end all this, and I would like to make my presentation for you. So if you see, please tell me. Yes, thank you. We see it. In this way, it's much better. The presentation, the function of system of improvement of qualification of managers, specialists in the road transportation industry, and global challenges and their overcoming. So from road transport operator, the improvement of qualification is one of the main aspects of the activity. So the general competence of the staff can allow to increase the level of security, assure keeping to industry standards, adaptation of local legislation increases the competitiveness of the company and improves the quality of work of the staff. So improvement of qualification is a factor for improvement of road transport operators. And if the company which provides transportation services will have low level of competence, so this factor can influence the public safety and can play a negative role on the whole sector inside Ukraine and outside of the country. So the requirements to the competence of the staff should be among the first things to fulfill. So these requirements are shown in international and domestic legislation accordingly, and in international legislation there is a regulation 1071 about the common rules which should be achieved for operators of road transportation, and appropriately the directive of the Council 96/26 EU. So it is said in the regulation that the efficiency should be high, and the operators of transportation services should have a high level of competence, and the managers of the companies should have knowledge about managing local operations and international operations. So there is an article which has the requirements, Article 3, to the operators of road transportation. And it was said a lot about this, about good respiration, financial standing, and of course professional competence. And there is Article 8, which concerns requirements to professional competences, and accordingly, as Ukraine joined the association agreement, signed this agreement, and this regulation and other directives, they were binding, and in national legislation it was shown in as well in Article 33 in the law of Ukraine on road transportation. It is said that transporters with more than 30 vehicles should organize the improvement of qualification of specialists, especially for the services of automobile transportation, and the appropriate certificates should be delivered for 3 years and 5 years. And according to requirements of the law of Ukraine, the Ministry of Infrastructure established an order and approved it in 2013 about the procedure how to improve the qualification of managers and specialists in the companies related to provision of transportation services. It concerns all entities not depending on their form of ownership who provide services with road transportation on commercial conditions, payable conditions, and conditions for improvement of qualification requires the provision of certificates on qualifications. Also, it is related to centers for improvement of qualification. Accordingly, in 2019, the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine introduced a draft list of certification centers which can improve the qualification of managers and specialists working in the road transportation services. So the ministry required to fulfill certain conditions, because it was not so easy, because such requirements are quite high to the curricula, to the staff working in such institutions. Also, besides managers and specialists, and the quality of services in road transportation also it depends on the skills of the heads of the companies. So also the drivers, and so there is a requirement for the skills of the drivers who transport goods or passengers according to regulation of European Union and the directive of European Union. So according to the so this is the directive which was in the association agreement, which was compulsory for introduction, and according to national legislation, Article 17 on the road transport, it is said that road transport should use the drivers with appropriate qualification. The qualification should be checked and verified according to the decision of the Cabinet of Ministers. So the Cabinet of Ministers approved the decree and with about the procedure for training of qualified drivers, and according to this, the Minister of Infrastructure approved the order, the procedure for confirmation of competence of drivers who provide services, transportation of cargoes and passengers. So according to the procedure, the qualification should be confirmed to provide services for transportation. In 2022, the Ministry of Infrastructure introduced the State Research Institute as the place where the competences can be improved, which was supported by the appropriate certificates. And I would like to mention that receiving such certificates and confirmation of such level, the big work was done by the institute. First of all, by due to COVID, and then the invasion of our northern neighbors. So the system of remote studies was developed, and at least 4 professions can be trained. The program for studies was developed together with a specialist from State Transportation Research Institute specialists, and also the Scientific and Methodology Training Center. This year, the certification, staff certification body will be finished according to the international standard. This standard was developed for confirmation that the persons who are certified according to this standard, they are in compliance with the requirements of for such a certification. So this is makes more trust to such people who are certified, and the certification of staff in road transport will improve the whole system of improvement of qualification. And now we have even customers in the State Institute of Automobile Transport, and I think that we, with common efforts, we will improve the field of road transportation field. However, the functioning of the system is not possible without control. An example of such control can be the decree of Cabinet of Ministers about the licensing requirements for commercial activity, and it covers economic entities, individuals, and legal entities who deliver cargoes and passengers, also the waste, and inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine. And the only drawback here is that these requirements, they do not cover local transportation of road transportation activities, but we have a lot of organizations who do the domestic transportation, and accordingly the system of certification and all qualification improvement of the staff is a bit vulnerable because of this. But I think that we need to pay more attention to challenges which will appear in the future. So these are the issue of qualified drivers of vehicles. So the deficit of qualified drivers, we considered at the 19th session of the working group about road transportation, and as of 2022 on the worldwide market of road transportation, there were 2.6 million vacancies for commercial vehicle drivers. So in some countries, the vacancies in some countries can reach 50%. The main reasons is the increase in age of the drivers, absence of young drivers who come into this profession, and also we have additional reasons which influence this, because the qualified drivers drain out into European countries where the conditions are better, and for payment and other advantages provided by the transporters, and through the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation, because a big number of people were involved in mobilization works inside the armed forces, and following the statistics in the State Institute about the vehicles who used in international transportation from 2019 to 2023, we see the tendency of growth of vehicles, and the demand for qualified drivers is also growing. Also, we made a preliminary analysis on requests from the drivers, and also we saw the tendency that the age of the applicant is growing. So the young specialists, they come for services in the less frequent way. So in the nearest future, we can expect the lack of qualified drivers also. And summarizing my speech, I would say that the risk of absence of the appropriate number of qualified drivers, we should we know about it, and we should introduce measures. So first of all, in the vocational schools, we should train drivers of cargo and passenger transport vehicles. So we need to adapt as a specialist to this profession, because of a big number of injuries of drivers who work in the armed forces. Also, we needed to increase the labor conditions, so the salary and the conditions of work. We needed to involve women drivers. This practice is in the European Union, where, especially in Finland, where there are many women in commercial transport. So thank you for your attention, and maybe you have questions. Thank you. And we say that the staff is everything.
I think that you haven't been mistaken. We haven't been mistaken that your presentation should wrap up our conference, firstly, and secondly, we see that you have so much on your plate, so much to cover. Thank you very much indeed for all the hard work that you are doing. Are there any questions to the speaker? May I add by saying, yes, please. Very interesting, substantive presentation made. I simply wanted to add, to amplify what's been said. that requires to the professional competencies both to managers and drivers is something which is required not only at the legislative level by, for example, Article 34 about automotive transport, but it's also as part of CMT transport. It's an intrinsic requirement in the Charter for international transshipments and transportation services. We also have an agreement about transportation visa-free regime. There are also a lot of requirements to professional competencies. Interbus agreement also requires to have these certification elements in place. And just like the speaker said, requirements have to be ensured with reference to drivers at the national level, something which is not provided for under current circumstances. This is something that undermines the possibility for Ukraine to become a full member of the EU. So this topic is super relevant, and it requires fastidious attention and rigorous efforts of all of the stakeholders. Thank you. Any more comments or questions to the speaker? Then let me inform you that we have wrapped up our program. Are there any more willing to speak? Those who have skipped their turn during the previous days? I don't think so. And then I am pleased to inform you that we have finished, we have exhausted our program, and now we move on to the discussion panel time and an opportunity for us to bring the whole conference to a close. Yes, you're welcome. Please proceed. Do organize this discussion panel, monitor it. But as the writer Gogol said, a rare bird will reach the middle of the Dnieper River. So by the same token, I suppose that we have 39 participants are still online with us. You must be all drained and exhausted. However, this is part of our agenda, and we are ready to get our discussion panel underway. Anybody willing to provide your comments, wishes, regards, questions to pose? I understand everyone is terribly tired, isn't it? All right, so dear colleagues, it's true, it's nearly 1800 hours. And in light of the last year's experience, the best proposals are always submitted the following day after the conference. So you need to sleep on it, as they say in English. We will always provide you with the draft of the recommendations of our conference. All of these recommendations have always been very constructive, fruitful, substantive. So you're welcome to provide all of your recommendations after today's conference is over. How long will we allow our attendees to think about it? Until the end of tomorrow, probably. Perhaps even until Monday. That'll be much better. Of course, it's preferable if you submit your proposals by the end of tomorrow, but we may extend this deadline until Monday, because I suppose that some of the presentations have been really exciting and highly relevant. They have given us a lot of food for thought. A lot can be proposed on the basis of what we have heard. All of these solutions will be properly drawn up, and if necessary, we may also organize the board hearing at our technical council, and we will think about how to do it in the best way. Then, I'm still obliged to ask whether or not there are any proposals concerning the way that we proceed and with organization and holding this conference. I can see a raised hand. Before I do that, my point is, we're trying to improve the conference because holding a conference online has brought forward different facets to communication. There are both negative and lots of positive aspects which outweigh the demerits of organizing such scientific and practical conferences. But being able to run such activities for 3 days and having about 40 presentees online with us all the time, this is a highly challenging thing. But just because we can do it online, we can interact, enjoying breaks with each other when everyone plans for their own time. This greatly boosts our communication opportunities, even in the scientific realm. And once again, should you have any proposals to submit to the draft solutions of our current conference concerning even the procedure to hold this conference, we will be happy to hear from you. Perhaps next year, which is very important, if God bless, everything will be all right. Maybe a few sections will be done offline. Maybe 2 days will be online with a parallel offline section. Once again, okay, one raised hand was there on the screen. Yes, please. A very fine conference indeed, the third conference, but I think it would be even better if we could also involve producers of transportation vehicle in Ukraine, if we could also connect, bridge the gap between science and manufacturers, Cherkasy, Chernigov, Lutsk based manufacturers, that it would be fascinating for us to hear from them as well. I do take your point. I couldn't agree more with you. But let me inform you that we have extended our invitations to them. Is that so? Yes. And Cherkasy manufacturer was with us online during some of the days, but they're extremely busy with their needs in terms of manufacturing and design, and they will, of course, reach out to us with their proposals. Well, of course, it would be wonderful if next year they agree to participate in the conference organized. Officially, we have about 6 dozen different representatives of producers, manufacturers in automotive industry in Ukraine. Yeah, I couldn't agree more again. I saw Valentina Yevgenievna raising her hand. You're welcome. You know, we know that you have been with us all the way throughout the conference. Therefore, of course, you don't have any limitations to expressing yourself. A big thank you for inviting us to this conference. I'm a representative of Dnipro Polytechnics, the chair of automobiles and automotive industry. Everything has been very interesting indeed, and I suppose I have a lot of material for our students. Undergraduates, I will be sharing with them all of this information in my consultations, conferences, class times. I suppose as a faculty member, I have so much material to share with my undergraduates and postgraduate students. A lot of interesting projects presented. Something that I will definitely be applying to tomorrow is the speech by Maryna Kytina. We will continue working on what she had to present, and the speech by Oleksiy Klymenko, also of great interest, the quality of gasolines, because right now we are writing different papers. There is a young scholar, the young man who is still a schoolboy, and he's studying some of these technical issues. So I would also encourage you to involve the people from the Junior Academy of Sciences. We don't have that many representatives, 1-2 people. So it's a true professional holiday that we have been celebrating with you throughout these 3 days. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much, Ms. Valentina. Anybody else willing to speak? I may not necessarily see every presentee and attendee. I'll try to go through the gallery view. I don't see any more hands raised. Well, dear colleagues, just as Ms. Valentina has said, it's a great feast indeed. It's a wonderful celebration. It's such a great delight for me that we have been able to organize this platform for the communication of our scientific realm. But once again, I would like to inform you that we have carried out all of the points on our agenda. And of course, see you next time. And in the meantime, we will getting all of the materials ready. And I very much hope that our next meeting, at least we will do our best. It's our aspiration that next time it is accompanied by the victory of Ukraine. Again, we will do our best, each and every one of us, because this victory heavily depends on our joint efforts. So until we meet again, goodbye. Take care. So long.
До побачення.